Alright, let's see if this goes well or not. This is my first stream, so I'm a little nervous, guys. I'm going to be playing some Hollow Knight, discussing some lore. Hopefully it'll go well. So, you guys can ask questions in the chat, and I will try and answer them. So, hopefully this will go well. I'm excited. I'm a little nervous, but see how this goes. So yeah, there's the Elegy of Hallownest, written by Monomon. So, interesting thing about that was, from what I've heard, we all know that there's more to it in the game's code, but apparently William didn't even know about that, William Helen. It wasn't until he watched my lore video that he even saw it for the first time. I'm doing good, Killa Fate. Thank you. I'm glad I'm making people hard. So, I will not marry you, Sleepwalks. I'm sorry. So, Hornet DLC, I mean, it's going to be a sequel, probably. It's not confirmed, but like that's exactly what it looks like. So unless Team Cherry's really yanking our chains, that's what it's going to be. I'm not nervous. I'm fine. I'm good. All right. There are some old sprites showing Hornet focusing that Team Cherry shared, but they also said that her gameplay style is going to be a little bit different from the Knights. I mean, she's not made of void, so it's going to be exciting to see what happens when she dies, how they're going to show that animation. So, good stuff. My voice is not that sexy. I guess it's just the nice, expensive microphone I bought. It's a Audio Technica, the one that they say you should buy. So I bought that. Because the first video I did, I had that really, really shitty mic. It's god-awful. I can't stand listening to myself. I mean, I can't stand listening to myself normally, but even then it's way worse. So here we have a lore tablet that explains gameplay to us. That's weird, and I like to ignore that kind of stuff because it's confusing. Some people think that the lore tablets around here are propaganda, but I don't like that way of thinking because it's just if people are lying or not saying what they mean in lore tablets, then how can we know anything about what's actually going on? For Zote, he says stupid shit all the time, so I could see maybe that argument, but in general, I don't like to think that. Yeah, this is going to be like a chill kind of thing. Because when I write scripts, I put a lot of pressure to do everything right. Which is kind of funny because there's so many things that are wrong in them. But, fuck. Oh, god damn it. Fuck, I missed the Geo deposit. I will get Fury of the Fallen, don't worry. So yeah, this is pogoing. Cool trick. Tell your friends when they start playing. Hopefully, you guys are telling your friends to play this game. I never use this charm because I never get put down to 1 health, obviously, because I'm so good at the game. The worst binding, no charms. That is really hard. I don't like doing no charm runs. I don't think the statue near the Fury of the Fallen has anything to do with the Shade Lord. But I don't know. I don't know when Team Cherry decided to make the Shade Lord, you know? It's kind of like a... How much did they have planned when they were planning the other stuff? Because I think the lore kind of grew organically as they made it, so trying to find connections to stuff is sometimes, I think, frivolous. So yeah, this is the propaganda that people talk about, like saying that Halonest is not the last and only civilization. But you have to consider maybe the Pale King thinks that himself. And that he's not saying it's the only civilization, it's the last large kingdom. All the other ones are gone, and so this is the last and only one. I do not stream on Twitch. I might if this goes well and it turns out my streaming is a million times better than my written, scripted content, but we'll see. So if you ignore Elderbug, he's like, oh! It's funny. Yeah, good shit. You know, I would love for Hollow Knight to be in Smash, but it's not gonna happen, guys. Just let that dream die. I'm... So what kingdoms outside of Halonest do we know about? There's the Weaver's home, but we don't know if that's a kingdom or if it's just like tribal, I guess is what I'm getting at. There's no like gigantic kingdom that we know of. There probably were, because we know about the worms and their whole thing with pulling bugs into their thrall, Mr. Mushroom dialogue, all that good stuff. But nothing is actually talked about, as far as I remember, in the game that is currently around, along with Halonest. Stag kingdoms? Is that a thing? I could be wrong. I mean, one thing you will learn about me is that my understanding of the lore is not... It wanes. It's not perfect, right? Nobody knows everything that's going on. Not even Team Cherry. They're... You know, that's just how it is. Zote is thick in Bretta's dream, so I guess that's close enough. But you know, I'm thick in my dreams too, so I don't think that really counts. We're just gonna play through the game and talk about lore, I guess. I don't know. Because I could probably do that for the entire playthrough of the game. But yeah, I guess I should be a bit more... What's the word? Pay attention to what I'm doing in the game. I'm just sort of wandering around. The artist is dead. Who is the artist? Yeah, okay. So Cornifer is humming music from Super Ghouls and Goblins, I think. Like the third stage of that game. I've never played it, but that's what the trivia section on the wiki says. So then the wiki knows what's going on, so I'm gonna trust the wiki on that. So, hello, pot. Iga. I like the glasses on my avatar. Those are nice. I made that avatar years ago, so I thought about changing it to Godzilla with MLG glasses or whatever, but I can't find a good picture of Godzilla to do that with. I'm not denying that there are other civilizations made by other worms, but as far as we know, there aren't any that are around right now. So the only really group or civilization we know about were the Weavers, because they went back to their home after leaving Halonest. And maybe the Godseekers, but they lost their home, so they had to find a new one, because the gods died on them or whatever happened. So I don't think they're ever going to tell us about anything outside of Halonest other than... I guess maybe they're going to tell us about where Grey Mourner is from. That seems like it's going to be pretty important in the upcoming DLC. So we'll see what they do with that. Because it seems like there are maybe a lot of pale beings out there that we just haven't seen. Fuck. Because the only ones we know about are the Pale King and the White Lady, but I think there might be more. It's possible. I don't know what the Godseekers are. Just bugs. I'm from the Midwest, so I've been living out in the country, and I just moved into town, so I have internet. So I figured I'd do a little stream, see how it goes. So that's sort of why this is happening now and not a year ago or however long I've been doing YouTube. I'll probably just do the basic ending, the easy one, the bad one, even though they're not, they're all canonical. So when the Godmaster came out, people were trying to say that Dream No More is the canonical ending, but they're all canon. It's just however you wanna, whatever happens, happens, you know? Whether it's good or bad is up to personal interpretation. I mean, US internet is fine. I haven't been to any other countries to compare it to, but isn't it better than... I know it's better than Australia's. I hear theirs is terrible. But I know like in South Korea they have like insane speeds. But I can get gigabit down out here, so that's pretty nice. I had internet, but not stream quality. So if I wanted to upload a video, I'd have to go somewhere, someone else's house that had good internet. So, you know, like terrible dial-up kind of internet. That kind of stuff. Guess we'll save this grub. Oh, yeah. Northern Europe is better. I could believe that, I guess. I don't know what it's like in Europe, internet-wise, but no, this'll work for me. Anything's better than, because when I was living out in the country, I'd have to hotspot with my phone, and you only get like 10 gigs of hotspot, so not enough for me. So yeah. I'm trying to think of Forgotten Crossroads lore to discuss, but there's not really that much, you know. This is just sort of where it all starts, the middle of everything. I do want to say that I think the tramway here is a complete waste of time. Like, it doesn't really take you very far, and there's only one other stop on it. It's like completely pointless. And early game, it's like, ooh, what is this? But it's pointless. The other one's way better. But so yeah, there's my rant on tramways. So 100 megabits. That's good, I guess. But yeah, I can't remember what I'm paying. Like $70 a month for. I have 100. 100 up, 100 down. But I have 30 days to switch to gigabit if this isn't fast enough. But it should be. So. Yep. So this is like a church that has the Pale King's statue type thing in there. Kind of cool. I guess. I don't know. I like the old thing that was in here that had the king and the queen and the Hollow Knight. Not sure why they changed that, but whatever. So let's see if I can find some questions in chat. Why Mossbag? Or why Mossbug? Well, my name's not Mossbug, but Mossbag also comes from way before I was doing Hollow Knight. It's close to my real name, and I was in high school, I went to lunch one day, and the kid, one of my friends was like, "Hey, Mossbag," And I thought it was really funny, so I started using it on the internet. And so that's where that came from. So yeah, there's your lore behind my name for ya. So I don't think, in terms of Hornet DLC, where she's going to be at, I think I remember reading in a Reddit AMA that it'll be partly new areas, but then some old areas. If you look at the old maps of Hallownest that Team Cherry had, that they've shown off in interviews, like when they were still building the games, like when Forest of Bones was still in the game, you can see that they actually had the assassin bug for the Hornet DLC, the boss that they showed off in a Kickstarter update. That was going to be in the City of Tears. So I'm guessing we'll see the City of Tears pop up. And then there's an NPC village that was a backer reward. We haven't seen that yet. And in those old maps it shows it being in the Howling Cliffs. So we'll probably go there too. But yeah, some stuff might get blocked off. I don't know. Maybe the void will have blocked off some of the lower areas. We're just gonna have to wait and see, I suppose. So, why didn't the Mantis Lord tribe not get infected? So, the mantises are, I guess, I think they're higher thinking than the other bugs, and they put a lot more emphasis on honor, and so they're more resistant to the infection. Basically, they could, withstand. I talk about in my first lore video, and I show you the actual dialogue that supports it. The ones in the Queen's Gardens willingly took on the infection to become stronger. And the hunter mentions that he feels the pull of the infection and it could make him more powerful, so that's where that comes from. The mantis bugs just have stronger will, I suppose, would be the correct way of saying it. So, I actually didn't know about this trick for a long time. You can break that wall and skip this fight, but there's no point to, so I'm just gonna kill him. Because he's so freaking easy after having played it like a dozen times. I mean, in terms of info on the other kingdoms outside of Hallownest, we really don't know much. We just know that there are people who have lived outside of the kingdom and came here. The Weavers have a tribe outside of Hallownest. Grey Mourner is from outside of Hallownest. Serene Lands, I think is what they're described by White Lady. She calls them Serene Lands. There were probably kingdoms in the past because worms like to do that kind of stuff. But yeah, we don't know that much. And I don't think we're gonna see other kingdoms ever, because I don't think there's really a point to. It's just good enough to know that they did exist. And maybe there are some really far, far away, too far for anyone to even know about. But I don't think it's worth getting too worried about. Okay. I know all this stuff because I've spent over a year thinking about it. On and off again, but I just find it really interesting, you know? It's a cool story. And, you know, having a YouTube channel helps me to stay motivated to find stuff to talk about. Because I want to be able to bring up new theories and explain things to people. It's just nice, you know? And I spend a lot of time talking to people in the Discord, and I lurk the Reddit, but I don't post in it too much. And there's always new stuff to talk about. Just tons and tons of aspects of the lore that people don't really spend too much time thinking about. I don't know how long I'll stream. Just however long I feel like streaming. Could go on for hours. As long as there's interesting things to say. Which might be... We might be getting to the end of that rope here pretty soon, but... You never know. We'll see. Okay, fuck. God damn it. I hate these things. So yeah, I was kind of hesitant to do this because you guys are going to see how terrible I am at this game. Like, I'm not very good. But that's okay. Stream the whole game? Maybe. That would take like 4 or 5 hours. Or do you mean like over multiple streams? You might mean that. Never mind. We'll see how it goes. I'll probably stream the whole game. Because it's easier than streaming something else where I'd have to actually pay attention to what I'm doing in the game. The Pale King video is what I want to do next. And I need to write the script, but I was like, I'll just stream instead. So... You guys all need to leave the stream and get me disheartened and want to give up ever attempting to stream. And then I'll go write that script. And we can figure out what happened to the Pale King together. But yeah. Do you guys think the Pale King is a good guy or a bad guy? It's sort of a interesting question I've been thinking about. Now we can go to Greenpath and beat the shit out of Hornet. And get the dash. That'll be good. Oh, fuck. Okay. I don't like the physics when you hit them as they fall. It's kind of weird. Anti-hero, good guy, hot, confused guy, neutral, good, bag, good. Okay, so a lot of people think he was good. I probably agree. I'd say he was, I mean, he came into the kingdom and he fucked some shit up, and that was not nice. But maybe it's because he genuinely thought that would be a better fate for bugs, to have their own... to have control over themselves, instead of being controlled by the Radiance. Or whatever might have been going on before he showed up. And the bad stuff he did with his children had a good reason. So I could see that view. I don't know about anti-hero. That sort of... I'm not sure what that sort of implies. I think of like Vegeta, I guess, or Walter White. And I don't know, I don't really think of that, but maybe. I'll have to look up the definition. So, yeah, this is Greenpath. It's green. There are paths. So yeah, there's some high quality lore there for you. So, this is controlled by the slug god thing. She's nice, I guess. Gives you a cool charm that I use a lot. I guess the question of whether the Pale King is alive or not, I think he's dead. Just because it makes more sense thematically. No cost too great. That sounds like the final words of someone who's just done. The only other alternative I can see is that he transformed again. Like Bardoon mentions, transformation is what you would more often see in a being that old or that powerful. Fuck. But yeah, if he's alive, then we get to see him in the Hornet DLC, so that'd be cool, I guess. get up there. No! Fuck. Alright, here we go. Oh, fuck. Trying to skip part of this area. There we go. So yeah. I think he's dead, but he could be alive. It's up in the air. Whose memory is the White Palace? I think that the White Palace is the real White Palace. Because the real one disappeared, according to Lymm, where he says it looks as if it suddenly vanished. So, it seems to me like the most obvious explanation as to where it went was it was placed inside of a king's mold for protection. Because if we read the Hollow Knight manual, it mentions that the Pale King went into hiding. So I think he went into hiding in the White Palace and then hid the White Palace within the Mind of a King's Mold. Because it's, I guess, additional protection. If you try and dream nail it without the awoken dream nail, or the awakened dream nail, it has like a shield on it, like a barrier, similar to what the dreamers have. So I think that was an intentional move by him to try and hide his location. So yeah. I see a lot of people think it's just a King's Mold's memory, but to me that doesn't really make sense. So basically, the Pale King has the ability to, maybe, he seems like he has some sort of ability to place things inside of dreams. Whoops. Because somehow the Radiance gets placed inside of the Hollow Knight. Like, that happens. So if the Pale King can have that happen, then he can have the White Palace placed inside of a King's Mold. That just makes the most sense to me. So, some people think maybe it was like a accidental experiment where he accidentally got sent there, but I don't think that's what happened. One thing I really like about this game is the dynamic music. How they can sort of, they have like a main tune, they have the bass, and then they have an action sequence that plays. This is really cool. Like, small little details like that make this game just feel so much more epic and grand in scale. I really like it. That's why I love this game so much. All of the attention to detail that you get out of this game. It's amazing. Oh, why not play Smash? Well, I don't have anything to say about Smash. It's, you know, there's nothing really, everyone's already talking about it, so. For those of you who don't want to watch other people stream Smash, you can watch me. Or watch me while you play Smash. That'd be pretty nice. So, let's save Zote, I guess. Why not? I hate the Vengefly King. I just don't think he's very fun. And I suck at him, as you can see. There we go. Do you think the Grimchild is a baby Grim or a hybrid monster? Both? Wake up, you dumbass. Okay. Okay, that's Zote the Mighty. Yep, he's a douchebag. Alright, now we can go fight Hornet here real quick. Hopefully that goes well. I've played these bosses so many fucking times because of Godmaster. It shouldn't be that difficult, but we'll see. I might fuck up. I'm so nervous. God damn it. Spit at me. Yep, I might stream more things. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I don't know what I'd stream outside of Hollow Knight. Because I don't really play anything else. I started Bloodborne, but I fucking suck at it. Oh my god. I can't beat the Blood-Starved Beast. I just think that's a... I just don't like that boss. Like, I've recently beaten all the Dark Souls games, but I really don't like it when they use bosses that have, like, area of effect attacks. Because that whole poison thing. But, you know. I liked what I played so far, I'm stuck. So, you could watch me die to that for 3 hours. That'd be fun, right? But, yeah. The lore videos will end eventually, once I run out of lore to discuss. And then the channel will go into heat death or something, I don't know. It'll be all over. My shining star will go out. But that's the future. This is the present. You gotta live in the moment, guys. That's my motto. SteamWorld Dig 2. I've heard good things and never played it. Hollow Knight was actually my first Metroidvania that I ever beat. I had started Super Metroid a couple times, but I kept getting lost. And since I beat Hollow Knight, I've played Super Metroid. I just picked up Castlevania, Symphony of the Night. They're old. You know, I'm a youngin', I'm a young kid. And those antiquated games I don't like them. Now, Super Metroid's fine, but it definitely shows its age. If you like it, that's fine. I mean, it's a good game for sure. But stuff like, there's just suddenly a wall that you could just walk through, and there's nothing to it. It's just walk through this wall. It's weird. But yeah, I played through Fusion and Zero Mission. Those were fun. And I played ASMR, or no, what's it called? The Metroid 2 remake. Another Metroid, AMR. Another AM2R. I played AM2R. And that was a good one. That's okay. What the fuck? There we go. That was good. Salt and Sanctuary, that's like, does that have like RPG elements in it or something? That and like Ori and the Blind Forest and Dead Cells. Those are all like talked about in the same breath as Hollow Knight, but I haven't played any of them. I need to. I know. I'm bad. I want to play like so many games. But instead I just play this game over and over again. It's a good problem to have. For sure. Who is Magic Soul Snails? Do you mean the shamans? That's a good question. That is a very good fucking question. I was talking about earlier how sometimes... Oh, hey, it's Quirrel. Quirrel's nice. I like Quirrel. No, so I guess he was wanting to talk to this guy out here. He has unique Dreamnail dialogue. You guys should all know that. I already explained it before. You gotta remember this stuff. I know they're Metroidvanias. I guess I was talking about the Snail Shamans, wasn't I? The thing about them is that the Snail Shaman was like the very first NPC Team Cherry ever drew. Like, the Snail Shaman is like OG, the very first NPC. So, it has that whole black body thing that some people connect to the void. Which is possible. I talk about it in my Gods and Glory speculation video. Or sorry, Godmaster speculation video. Please don't sue me. And one of them the one in the Soul Sanctum explodes into black void. But which makes you think it's void, right? It doesn't explode into black void, it explodes into black balls. But then there are ones that have corpses that don't go away. So then the question is, like, why is it acting differently for these different characters? And then the Soul Shaman himself doesn't recognize the Abyss Shriek, which is from the void. So I guess I should go up to the shop. So I don't know, it's weird. It's definitely strange. And I do hope that Team Cherry talks about that in the Hornet DLC, but they could very well not do that, and I guess that'd be fine. I am, yes, yarg. I am streaming. So, this will be a VOD too. I think that's what they're called, right? And hopefully if you're catching this afterwards, it's still entertaining, but if it's not, you can just turn it off. That's an option that you have. Let's buy this, because you need Gathering Swarm. It's best charm. I think it's William's favorite charm. I think he said that once. But it is pretty good. I like it. Yes, I think we'll definitely get Deepnest lore because of the fucking shrine. The Trilobite shrine. That's very conspicuous. And so this is another issue, is in Deepnest you go to the beast den, and there's this whole thing where you get captured by a giant spider, or you get captured by something, and you get put in a web. And Team Cherry said, like, oh, we didn't ever intend for there to be a boss before Herrah. It's just sort of what happened. And I think what's going on is that they are clearly holding something for that moment. So I think Hornet's probably going to fight something in Beast Den, or fight the creature, or talk to the creature that captured us. Because they want things to make sense in the game. They want there to be consistency in the story. So they're not just going to ignore the fact that you get captured for no good reason in Beast Den. I'm glad you think my voice is soothing. It's very... makes me feel good, you know? I mean, the Weaver's Den will get stuff on that. That's clearly going to tie in. I think I heard people theorize that that area where you see the Hollow Knight seal in that Hornet section of the Weaver's Den, I've heard people say that that's like where you start the DLC. Like you go there and it activates. That's just a theory, but I could see that. That's probably going to be the first place I look. Or I guess I'll just look it up on the Steam community page, because I never know where to look when new DLC comes out. Oh, I forgot to equip the one charm. I still don't know where I'm going in this game. Okay. I'm trying to read chat and I don't know what to think of it. How do we get out of the abyss? Oh, I can answer that. Well, no, I can't, but I can give you an answer. I think... Wait. I think what happened was we just sort of escaped, right? Because I don't think there's any other explanation. But maybe there's something to help maybe swallow that pill, because that seems like a pretty cheap... It seems like a pretty big cop-out to just say, oh, we just escaped. But if you look at, if you go to Deepnest, right, there's all those vessels that are caught in Nosk's lair. I gotta take a drink. Ah, some Mountain Dew. Good shit. Rot your teeth though. Don't drink it, kids. It seems like there are lots of vessels in that area, so they probably escaped around there. And this helps because there's also the area where you get the Sharp Shadow. That's in Deepnest. It's in like the corner, the bottom, the southeast corner. It's weird to say directions because it's not really the map is like vertical. It's not like a compass, but whatever. But in that section you get the Sharp Shadow, and there's this there's like lots, it's darker there. It looks like it's connected to the Ancient Basin, is what I'm getting at. So I think that might be, and that area is really close to where Nosk is at, so I think that's where all the bugs, all the vessels were escaping. If Team Cherry doesn't give us an actual explanation, that's going to be probably the best theory that we have to answer that question. Why does the knight come to the kingdom from somewhere beyond? Why did the knight leave the kingdom in the first place? I don't know. It might have just wandered out of the kingdom aimlessly. We know it got called back, but we don't know if he got called back by the Radiance or the Hollow Knight. Because the Dreamers say, like, what calls it back to the kingdom? And they say something like, is it either the Radiance or the Hollow Knight? So, and we see in the opening credits that the Knight, there's like a scream coming from the Hollow Knight, and then we see the Knight coming to the kingdom. So that's why the Knight came. Why it left in the first place, it just seems like it's random. That's just, it's one of the vessels that did that. Didn't get killed by Nosk, because he's not a little bitch like the other vessels. So yeah. I think it was probably called back by the Radiance because the Radiance is the one that screams. Like the roar, that the scream that you hear the Hollow Knight make is made by several enemies in the game, and it's because they have infection inside of them. Like it's part of the Radiance's trademark scream, so why the Radiance would be calling the Knight, I don't know. Maybe the Knight just wanted to come. I don't know. He just heard it. Not really sure, guys. I don't know. I don't have all the answers. I'm one man. What do the bugs of Hollow Nest eat? Oh, wait. No, there's Quirrel. Shut up. Well, we do know in the City of Tears that some of them were cannibalizing each other. Quirrel's so nice. I certainly hope he makes it out of here alive. Because that would be such a shame if you were to drown in a lake or something. I don't know. Just something bad. That just wouldn't be good. Okay. I thought that maybe the Knight getting out was part of a plan B the king made. It could be part of a plan, and I think that would be interesting, but... And I've been trying to put up a theory that explains that, but I can't do it in a way that I think is satisfactory, so I'm just gonna punt and say it's probably just all chance. Okay, so... Just gonna keep going through the Fungal Wastes. We'll beat the shit out of some mantises. Probably won't go to Deepnest, because fuck Deepnest. Wait till we get the lantern. Quirrel washes up next to the nailsmith. I don't think that happens. That would be Not sure how that would happen logistically, unless someone took his corpse and moved it. But the fact that you see the nailsmith's corpse and not Quirrel's might hint that he didn't actually die. The main reason that people think that he died was because in the game's code, there's a file that has Quirrel's nail when he leaves it at the Blue Lake, and it says the name of the drawing in the files is called Quirrel Death Nail. So whoever wrote that, whoever named that, thinks Quirrel is dead. Whether that was Ari or William or Dave, I don't know. It was them. They decided Quirrel's fate. But you can't ignore that because it's not really a lore explanation. It's just sort of like... It's not canon. We'll put it that way. It's not canon. But I think he's dead. His body went through the cracks of the ceiling in the City of Tears. That would be interesting. You're just walking along and his corpse just falls out of the sky, or you see his corpse impaled on on the roof of one of the buildings. That'd be good. I would laugh if I saw that. Why do you think Zero betrayed the king? I haven't really looked at his dialogue enough to know why he would do that. I don't really pay attention to what the dream ghosts do. I think Markoth's interesting just because he's a moth, but Marmu, I don't give two shits about Marmu or Elder Hugh or any of those guys. But I'm sure the Pale King had some enemies. I mean, everyone has enemies, right? I'm sure you, viewer in chat, have a few people who would betray you given the chance. I forgot to buy a map. Sup? Off fear. I'm probably gonna stop reading people's names. Do you think Moffloof is soft? Yes. I do. Why wouldn't it be? Yeah, No Eyes is interesting. I'm more interested in the lore that the actual backer had for her. I think their name is Blue Bubbles. Yeah, that person made the lore for, or submitted No Eyes, but we don't know what actually happened. Team Cherry mentioned it in a Kickstarter, and they said the real lore is too disturbing that we won't share it with you. It's like, god damn it, come on, guys. And here's Cloth. She's a cicada, in case you're wondering. She's also a backer. And she has like this character Nola that she's looking for. But we're never gonna see Nola. It's just like a random character that gets mentioned. So that's why I don't spend too much time worrying about that stuff. But when Sly talks about fucking Esme, that's what gets me interested. That gets my lore boner going, for sure. Isn't there No Eye statues in City of Tears? No? Maybe? Not sure why there would be, but it's possible. I don't even know what No Eyes is. No Eyes, I guess, does she run a church? Or a daycare center or something? And then she had the children tear their eyes out to avoid the infection. I think that's what happened. Something like that. I mean, that's crazy enough to work. We could just, you know, move to Dirtmouth. That seemed to keep the Elderbug alive. I'm sure his will isn't strong enough to avoid the infection. You know, Esme might be related to Isma. That's a good theory. Someone should expand on that. But yeah, my thoughts on Noise is she's a backer character, so it's hard to really know what's going on with her lore. She was around children. I think she gouged their eyes out and then tore her own eyes out during the infection to try and avoid it. But I haven't looked at her dialogue very closely. I'm just pulling shit out of my ass, guys. Maybe I'll do a video on it. I don't know. Seems kind of pointless, but probably half my videos are pointless anyway. I do not think that Zote is the Pale King. So I can understand why you might think that, given all of the times I've mentioned it, which is 0. But that's my thought. So yeah, now we're with the Mantis tribe. They're a bunch of assholes. Not really much to dig into on that. Like I said earlier, they have stronger will than the bugs of Hallownest, so they're able to withstand the infection more. That's why when you hit them, they're white instead of that orange Fanta stuff when you hit other enemies. So, yep. Yeah, I could do a quick summary on the Dream Warriors. That wouldn't be too bad to do. Trying to think. Galien, No Eyes, Gorb. Gorb's interesting, but again, he's just so weird. Like, is he a fucking alien? I don't know. I guess we have fucking robots in this game, so maybe we could have aliens too. I'm not gonna rule it out. I'm open-minded. Alright, we're gonna go get the best charm in the game. Dash Master. I used to never use these speed charms, but they make walking around so much better. Sprint Master, Sharp Shadow. Very good. I don't think Gorb is a God Seeker. I mean, they seem unrelated. If they were, I mean, if it came out that they were, I would be surprised, I guess. Because he just seems like some random guy who just is either crazy or is an alien or something. I don't know. Because he doesn't really talk about wanting to be around other gods. He just talks about ascending. Which I know the God Seekers talk about that, but they explain how. And why is Gorb by himself, then? I don't know. Seems fishy to me. Who is best girl? I really like Willow. I hope she gets more anything. I hope she gets anything. But I want there to be more for Bretta. I hope she's not done yet. But we'll see. Cause she got new story in like 2 updates, and it's just kind of, it's cool. It's like, I don't know. It's interesting. And Hornet, obviously, she's cool. I guess, sure. I don't know what bedtime story you'd want me to read. Are there any bug-related bedtime stories? That would be good. I could just do a stream. I could just stream myself reading a book. Would you guys like that? Would that get you excited? Is Bretta dead? I hope not. If she is, I will be very sad. That'll be up there for top fictional deaths for me. So, well, if they die, if they do kill her, I hope they do it in a funny way, like Tiso. And the second time they killed Tiso, those were both really funny. So, they know how to kill characters in a funny way. So if they kill Bretta, please do it in a funny way, Team Cherry. Okay. I feel like I'm not paying attention to this game at all. I'm just sort of like going through the motions. Why do the crossroads get infected when you get the wings? I think it's just sort of like the Radiance is on to what you're doing and she's, you know, it's just like a timing thing. Because the vessel's getting weaker and weaker, so I don't think there's any I don't think there's any lore reason for it. It's just random. Like how Mila gets infected when you defeat the Soul Master. It's just like, or she doesn't get infected, but she starts to get infected. It's just like to show the progression of the stakes are getting higher. Shit's getting dangerous. That kind of stuff. Wings are OP. What I like about the wings is that you dip down before you actually jump. So they're useful, but you gotta know how to use them correctly. You have to like preemptively jump sometimes if you're too close to something. What are the wings? I think they're called like ethereal or something. That's a specific word used to describe them. Now, I'm not a fucking... I don't know my vocab very well. I don't know what ethereal means, but... I'm guessing it's something like not quite tangible. I don't know. I'll have to look that up. Ethereal. And an invisible light or fire. Okay, so that doesn't... They're invisible, I guess? I don't know. It's weird. Oh, I gotta get more Geo. This is freaking me out. I have 666. Fun fact, there's actually another number connected to the beast. It's 616, and it was based on how letters were written in Greek. So let's fight the Mantis Lords now. But yeah, there's a theory on Reddit about the Pale King having wings because you see him. You see that you can see that he has wings in the White Defender fight, which is kind of interesting. So I think his name's Despy. Yeah, Despy47 on Reddit. You can check that out. Read the comments on all that stuff too. See what all they think. But it seems like the Pale King had wings in some capacity. I guess they might have been ethereal and he could take them off and put them in the Ancient Basin, I guess. Seems legit. But yeah. Mantis Lords are pretty popular boss. Everyone seems to like them. They're really good, in my opinion as well. Because they show you one and then now you get to fight the exact same ones again, but there's two of them. It's just a good fight. Because there's definitely a tier to the quality of the bosses in this game, and the Mantis Lords are pretty high up on that list. Oh, that was bad. There's like a spot you can stand, yeah, where you won't get hit. But I can't get it consistently. Shit. Ah. But yeah, they're fun. And yeah, there's a fourth throne that's broken. Belongs to the Trader Lord, who abandoned his sisters and went to live in the Queen's Gardens. But everybody knows that. People have known that since the game came out, probably. So there we go. Mantis Lords for Smash, that would be interesting. There's a lifeblood cocoon up there, but I can't get to it now. Maybe we'll go back there in the future. Why not? We're still gonna beat them up, even though they're not gonna fight us anymore. Because I guess they saw the fight with the Mantis Lords. I don't know. I don't know how this one up here is gonna know. I mean, she's busy. She's working. But whatever. It's fine by me. Let's see here. What are those mounds? Ancestral mound and overgrown mound. Yeah, I think the mounds are religious somethings. It's sort of like the magic in Hollow Knight is based on sort of like this shamanistic or shaman style, like black magic or whatever. So, and you know, if you watch movies, if you're a movie watcher, you'll see those like tribes that have the shrunken heads and the potions. I think that's sort of what the mounds are supposed to be like. So, go in here. I think there's a bunch of money in here. Oh yeah. Damn, that's a lot. Do you think my mom will make it into the game? I think it's possible. But unless you like try and get her in the game, then it probably isn't gonna happen. So it's up to you, man. I can't dream nail anything yet because I don't have the dream nail. But they say something like honor from an outsider, how rare, or something like that. They basically think I'm super cool. So yeah. Do you think you can put a dream gate inside the mound at Forgotten Crossroads? I would assume you can't. I don't think you can place it inside of rooms like that, but I don't know. I think they would add sands to Smash if they could, but I think it's Toby Fox's fault. Because who wouldn't want sands in their game? How often have you played through this game? I don't know, like a dozen times? I'm not sure. I guess I can look at my Steam thing. Let me check Steam real quick. I have played Hollow Knight for 163 hours on Steam. And I've played it for 20 hours on PS4 and probably 30 hours on Switch. So 200 hours, I guess. So not that much. Not that much. Less than some might think, I suppose. Do you think the Pale King drinks bleach? No. I don't think they have bleach in Hallinest. But that's just a hunch. I could be wrong. But I haven't seen any. How do you think the stags all died? Oh yeah, they're all dead, aren't they? There's just like tons of corpses just sitting there. Like, what the fuck, guys? Oh fuck, are people gonna add me on the friends list now? Oh fuck, did I just make a mistake? Should I have not shown that on stream? God damn it. So yeah, if you see my credit card information, let me know, because then I'll have to delete it. I try and play it safe, you know. I try not to give my information out to people or Bethesda or anyone like that. But I make mistakes. I'm not perfect. Fuck, what was I talking about? I can't remember. You consider the possibility of the Coliseum of Fools being a worm? Yeah. I think that the Coliseum of Fools is inside of a worm. Whether or not it's the black worm that the White Defender talks about in the journal is another question. Just because there's a just because there's one other worm and we have heard the name of one other worm doesn't mean that they're the same person or the same worm. But, you know, I don't think there's anything wrong with thinking that. So. But yeah, I do think it is a worm. Whether or not that has any sort of implications as to what's going on in the Coliseum of Fools, who knows? So yeah, that's an interesting little tablet. I don't think I've ever talked about this one. So there's lots of sealed gates to the City of Tears. Whether or not they were sealed at the end of the infection or like right before the Pale King disappeared, I don't really know. I haven't really thought about it too much. When I got to this point in the game, for my first time, I was blown away. I was like, wow, this game is amazing. I just sitting here next to my good buddy Quirrel, who is still alive at this point in time, and might be alive in the future, we don't know. It's just so nice. It's great. It's good shit. Anyway, let's go kill some bugs. Some people think that this person, let me name them, Thasian Nidu, is mentioning that the Lifeblood Core creature might be the black worm. I don't think so though. It doesn't look like a worm, because we see the corpse of the Pale King's worm, and it's not a head with eyes or anything like that, so I don't think that's what's going on. Fuck, stop adding me, people. I never use Steam. This is the only fucking game I play. If you want to have a fucking... If you want to see that I'm playing Hollow Knight again on Steam, then I guess go ahead, but it's pointless. It's pointless, I tell you. I'm gonna be playing on that new fucking... Who's the guy who made that new game console? Some rapper or some shit? I don't... Like, that's where I'm going. So... Yeah. Anyway. We're approaching the Nailsmith, and the Nailsmith has a very interesting piece of dialogue. Stop it! Jeva? Jens? What the fuck? Anyway. So he mentioned someone is bringing him nails to hone. And we really don't know who he's talking about. Who would be bringing the nailsmith nails? We have no clue. I think like the only person that makes any sense to me is Hornet, but there's really no reason for her to do that. So yeah, I think that's another thing that will be hopefully answered. Although that might be hard because I guess the nailsmith might be dead, depending on who played the game. He could be dead. So when I play the game now, I always kill the nailsmith. It's what he wants, so it's only fair. But I don't actually use the nail. I use the shade soul, so I'm kind of an asshole. Oh, I guess it could be the Menderbug. I don't know. I don't know why he'd want nails mended. They don't mention anything about that in his journal. Or in the hunter's journal. They talk about the roads, not the nails. But maybe he has trying to diversify his portfolio of skills, I guess. I don't know. What if the black worm is a metaphor for the void? I don't think that's true. Because you don't need to have a metaphor for the void. You just call it the void. He is happy with Shio. But, you know. I don't care, I guess. I just think it's funny to kill him. There's Lymm. We're not going to talk to him. Fuck that guy. Tips for the Coliseum of Fools. Use the what's it called? The charm that Sly gives you, the Nailmaster's Glory, because that lets you charge up your slash attacks faster, and that can be really useful when you're trying to kill off the flying enemies, because that'll kill primal aspids in one hit, I think, if you have a level 3 nail or whatever. The penultimate nail upgrade. Okay. Could void be derived from the black worm? I don't know. There is one thing that's very interesting about the Coliseum of Fools, and that's the room where your shade reappears. It's got like... It's very strange. It's just a weird looking room. And in fact, when Team Cherry did their stream on Mixer, where they were playing through the game to celebrate the release of Hollow Knight on PS4 and Xbone, he mentions that room is mysterious. Which perks my ears when I hear Team Cherry say something's mysterious. But yeah, that room has like void clouds and stuff like that floating around in there, which is very suspicious. But whether or not what that means, I have no clue. Is that a... No, it's not. Do you think there's a part of the game parts of the game that are still undiscovered? I don't know exactly what you mean by that, but no, I'd say we've seen everything that there is to see. People have gone through the game's files and torn apart everything. Oh fuck, forgot about him. But I think there are connections that we've failed to make still. Hence, like, there might still be secrets and hints at the lore that we haven't put together yet. Like, I don't know. I don't really see too much like new developments in terms of lore. It's kind of just we've been talking about the same stuff a lot. Maybe I'm just in the wrong circles, but I think there's still things that we can talk about, but we've discovered everything, we just haven't put all the pieces together, I suppose. It's like we have all the puzzle pieces, but we haven't actually got the full picture, I guess. That room, it's kind of weird because the worm appears to be like the actual Colosseum has a basement area. That seems like it would be not part of the worm, like they dug down. And that room kind of is like below, so I'm not sure what to make of that. And it's worth pointing out that room also has fuck, what was I gonna say? I'm having a brain fart. The floor of that room is very similar to the floor of the Black Egg Temple, or the Black Egg, where you fight the Hollow Knight, if I remember correctly. So, weird stuff. It might just be that Team Cherry is using those art assets because they're similar in theme, and there's nothing greater to it, but... Because normally I don't really like to look at art for evidence for things. I'm much more of a dialogue-based lore researcher, I guess, because I think that's a lot more blatant. But I think it's worth looking into, for sure. Like anything about the ancient civilization before Hallownest, there's a lot we can look at in terms of art to maybe draw some connections. Whether or not it means anything remains to be seen, I suppose. So yeah, we're in the Soul Sanctum. Basically, there are a bunch of bugs who thought that they could fight the infection by using Soul. Seems like they wanted to maybe, I don't know, surpass the limits of the mind, because the mind is the weakest link. The mind is how the Radiance takes over bugs. But it didn't work. As you can see, these shots of soul are filled with orange goop. So the soul itself is also corrupted by the Radiance. You gotta use Void, man. God, I'm getting my ass kicked. Why did I do that? Okay. DLC will probably raise questions, but I think we'll get answers to the most important things, you know? Like, I could definitely see them leaving some things open, just so that we still have stuff to talk about. Like, Majora's Mask. Love that game. It just leaves so many things open that you can't really actually come to any conclusions. But I think it's on the extreme end. Like, there's literally nothing that we can to grasp onto in that game. Like, Zelda theories in general, I just don't think are very good. I really like Zelda, and I really am interested in the story. But I feel like so much of it is just connecting things that don't really connect. Why am I not playing Steel Soul? Because... Ooh, that would have been a good one. Yeah, I should have done that. Where were you? Fucking... How long is the stream going? Where were you then? Someone said I'm wrong, but I don't know about what, so... I'll just say, probably. I'm not going to pretend I'm right about everything. Do you think that the Hollow Knight's able to speak? No. I don't think that the vessels actually have the capability to make sound. I guess if we think about it, the void itself can make sound because the Lord Shade roars. Or the Shade Lord, whatever I call it. So maybe. But I don't think there's any examples of the vessels doing that. So there's the Lost Kin and the Hollow Knight both have like a roar, but it's the Radiance's roar. So that's the Radiance screaming through their bodies. Oh, how did the stags die? That was a question I never answered. I don't know. It's a good question. Infection? I think that's a good thing to say when you're not sure. Oh fuck, I hate this room. But yeah, I mean, think about it. Infections would spread through the stagways like crazy because that's where everyone goes. Like when humanity dies out, TSA agents are gonna be the first to go. I'm sorry if you work for the TSA or in airports in general, but you're going first, buddy. Sorry to say. Does the Hollow Knight have sentience? The vessels have wills. I think we can say that. Because Steel Soul Jin, she mentions that we have a will because we're able to reject an offer or something like that. And the White Lady says something about if our curiosity wills us, we should go to the abyss. So I think, to elaborate on my thoughts, I was saying that basically, I think if humanity is going to go out, it's going to be through some sort of epidemic or pandemic, like an airborne disease or something, a superbug, and people in airports, or in airports a lot, are going to be exposed to it first. Granted, it'll be more likely in like big ones like JFK and airports in bigger cities, but just airports in general. But yeah, it's something I think about a lot. I don't know why. It worries me. So yeah, this is Soul Master. When I first got to him, I thought he was the final boss of the game, and that I accidentally skipped some stuff because he just seems so epic. But in reality, he's a pussy. So now we're just gonna beat his ass again. He just loves it. So the music in this area for the second phase of this fight, you can hear like people screaming or moaning or something. And I actually listened to it, and it's kind of creepy. And I think it's supposed to represent all of these corpses that are lying down here. But you can't hear it because he's going. So go listen to that sometime. I'm sure the Embraced one has it on his YouTube channel. What are the theories on why the knight is drawn back to Hallownest? The Radiance or the Hollow Knight called it back. We see that in the opening cutscene. You see that the Hollow Knight is chained up. The infection inside of it lights up, and you hear it scream. And then we see the knight coming to Hallownest. So I think it was the Radiance, but it could have been the Hollow Knight too, because the Dreamers ponder who called her back, who called the knight back, and those are the two options they give. So yeah, basically here their bugs are like, it sure was nice of all of our victims to let us kill them. Because it's going to save us. But that didn't happen, so. Sad times. Why did Isma die? Why did she become a plant thing? There's really nothing to go on with Isma. She is weird as fuck. Like, honestly, I don't know. Usually for areas, you just gotta look at the lore tablets, but nothing for her. So we're kind of shit out of luck. Okay. Smack the shit out of this soul totem. And so here's hundreds and hundreds of corpses that the Soul Master and his buddies used to obtain soul. To the point where they're just stacked up against the wall, replacing the wall with the corpses. Why not? Sure. I guess. Why would the Radiance call a vessel back? What would be your incentive? I don't know. It's sort of an interesting question, and it also comes up during the final battle with the Hollow Knight when he starts stabbing himself. It's like, so why is it stabbing itself? Is it because the Radiance is trying to break free? Is it because he's trying to help the knight, or is he just insane? And I keep saying he, but it doesn't have a gender, so don't attack me for that. It's just easier to say he, I guess. So maybe the Radiance wanted a vessel to come to try and free her from the vessel she's in, and maybe hopefully escape. I'm not sure. We don't really know, but I don't think we'll get a DLC answer either. It's possible, but I'm not going to hold out hope. Why is there a soul statue in that room? My guess is the Soul Master and all those guys were taking soul totems that they found in Hallownest and bringing them back to the Soul Sanctum to study them or to mess with them. Because I'm guessing they also were kidnapping snail shamans. Because we find a snail shaman here that's like, he's like trapped, like they're experimenting on it. And those lore tablets that we see, some people think that those are snail shamans as well. Okay, let's go get a key and go to the waterways. I'm at the point in the game where you kind of, after the City of Tears, the game branches off. You could go to Crystal Peaks, you can go to back to the Howling Cliffs, you could go over to the Royal Waterways. There's just a lot of different places you can go. Oh. This is Zote, in case you forgot about him. He's around, I guess. Alright, someone's asking a question and they're sad that I keep ignoring them. And Knight. Oh, fuck. I don't want you guys seeing that. I don't know. I'll answer the next question I see. In chat, that is. What does void given focus mean? I talk about that in the Godmaster video. What do I say in the Godmaster video? I think the God Seekers are focusing on the knight, and that somehow is giving it strength. Because their focus is said to be godly. So it has some sort of effect on the knight itself. The fact that the God Seekers are giving this focus to it is what allows the Shade Lord to come into existence, or to be reborn. Which brings up the question of, did the Shade Lord exist beforehand. Fuck! Which I think it's possible that the Shade Lord existed beforehand because the ancient civilization worshipped the void, which is spelled out in the journal entry for the void idol that you get after oh fuck. Oh no. Ah! Okay. Fuck you. The void idol that we get the description for after beating every boss in the Hall of Gods on any difficulty. Does Iselda turn on you? Or does Zelda turn you on? Not really. Maybe once. I don't know. I don't think of her that way, you know. It's best not to mix your business associates with your personal life. How old is Grimm? That is a very difficult question to answer. That's like... Fuck. God damn it. Go, go, go! Well, he was around at the same time the Radiance was, so... Because Seer's, the Dreamnail dialogue... The Hunter's Journal entry for Nightmare King Grimm explains that there's basically a split in the Dream Realm between the Nightmares and probably the Radiance. So that would be when Grimm was maybe born. Maybe they were split in two and they were once one being or something. He's old as fuck. Who would win in a fight between you and Keith Redacted? I do not know. I assume we're both scrawny people, so it would definitely not be a very interesting fight to watch. But I think he lives in California or something. I don't know where he lives actually. So it'd be a long trip to go see him. So many questions people ask here are answered, and it's honestly annoying. Well, you know, that's part of the fun, is just going through all of them, because these questions are not things that I will talk about in my videos, because to me they're obvious. But apparently you guys are stupid, so I gotta answer them. No, it's just I spend so much time thinking about this that some of these questions that I think are obvious might not be answered quite as well as I think they are. This is not a Christian channel. Sorry to say. Oh, fuck. I'm in the Royal Waterways, where there is plenty of evidence that God does not exist, so I don't know why you would think that this is a Christian channel. Did Oro teach the dash slash to the broken vessel? Probably not. That's probably just a move that it has. Is lifeblood important to the story? No, I think it's just there to enrichen the world a little bit. Just let you know that there are a lot of powerful beings that have influence over the bugs of the land. That kind of shit. Okay, who would win in a fight? Someone I don't know and another person I don't know. Probably one of them. Is Zote the void creature from the lifeblood place in the abyss? No. So, in my humble opinion, as just one person, is not made of void and is not connected to the void in any way. No, where am I going? Is this where Tuck is? This is Tuck. He's a backer character. He's like a panda, which is cool. And he sells you eggs. But we don't want eggs.
Bye.
Because I'm not gonna die, I guess. They're Hollow Knight YouTubers? Well, now I feel like a douche. I'm sorry. Do you think the language the bugs speak is actually a language Team Cherry kind of created? Yes, there is like a spreadsheet or some kind of doc that actually goes through what words they're allowed to say. I'm trying to think of some words that you hear multiple times. I think both Maskmaker and Zote say like churro. And obviously Geo is a word that multiple characters say. So yeah, there are keywords. We'll leave it at that. I don't know if they have a fucking alphabet or anything like that, but there definitely are some rules to the language that they speak. Fuck, 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 fuck. Ha! Ha! Take that. I heard the devs sometimes ignore the sheet though. Well, that could be possible. But it does exist. And so that means there at least was some thought put into what they say. Does Hornet turn you on? No. None of the characters really turn me on, I'm sorry to say. They just don't do it for me, I guess. Alright, now we get to another really great character. The Dung Defender. So he's saying like iku iku. Is that poop? Is that shit? I don't think we're ever gonna know either. But yeah, Dung Defender's just a really fun boss. He's just so happy about everything. Do some healing. Who is the best character and why is it Dung Defender? Well, I think Dung Defender has just so much pathos, right? Like he's relatable. He's got a tragic story behind him. You know, my life has just been one big pile of shit after another. So I really understand where he's coming from. You just embrace it. You're like, you just gotta start loving it. Otherwise, you're just gonna be miserable your whole life, right? Such a good character. Ow. Worst and best boss. I'm gonna be biased, but my favorite boss. Oh fuck, where'd he go? Oh shit! I broke him. This is not good, guys. Worst boss is obviously Dung Defender. Look how broken he is. But seeing Wing Nosk in the Godmaster update made me so happy. He's my favorite boss, even if he is a little bitch. Like, just seeing that character come to life is just so cool. But in terms of worst boss, Nosk. We'll just make it Nosk and Nosk. Those are my favorite and my least favorite bosses. I think that's thematic or appropriate. But yeah, I was playing on PS4 and the Hornet 2 fight's still a little glitchy in Godhome. Has anyone else seen that? Where she gets stuck in the wall? Alright. I guess it's time to maybe go to Deepnest? Nah, let's go somewhere else. I'm trying to think where though. Why do I have to do I see everything way before chat? I do not know. Do you think the platform in the Abyss were put there to test Vessel's strength? I think the platforms are just there for gameplay reasons. But I have heard the theory that I think I heard it from Golden Flower Fan. He posted this on Reddit. The idea that the vessels were tested by having them climb out of the abyss, which I really like that theory, so you can look that up if you want. It's really interesting. Basically it ties to the lore tablet at the top of the abyss. Says something like, our pure vessel has ascended. And Golden Flower Fan argues that that is actually talking about how the Hollow Knight climbed up out of the abyss and it was the first one to do so, and that's what tested it at being the chosen one. It's a cool theory, I like it. Okay, let's see here. Go to Crystal Peak. Sure. I have the lantern now, so we can go do that. So this is Tiso. He's an interesting character. There's the lore behind Tiso is more interesting than his actual lore. So, there's this question of, was he meant to be a boss that got cut or what? The Tiso Spencer, the guy who made Tiso. Oh fuck! How did you get here so fast? Shut up. The guy who made him said that Team Cherry asked him to design a moveset, or asked him what his attacks would be, because when the game was first being made, there was this this dream well mechanic where you could go into the dreams of bugs, and so you would fight Tiso in there. But Team Cherry has said that they never intended him to be a boss, because a boss was an actual tier that you had to pay for, and Tiso's not a boss that... he wasn't that tier, he was just an NPC. So that's why we'll never see a Tiso boss fight, unfortunately. Alright, let's see here. I don't know what kind of bug Tiso is. I think he was drawn by a backer, so I think he's just a generic bug, you know. Maybe if you ask him, he'd have an answer for you, but I don't. So we're here at the Crystal Peaks, and I guess I'll mention this in the Hollow Knight Discord. There's a lore channel, and what's cool about that is that there's like this pinned document that has a whole bunch of theories written by people in the community, and there's one on the Crystal Peaks as well as the Black Worm and the Coliseum and all that stuff that are pretty interesting. So if you guys are ever interested in looking at those, because that's where I sometimes look for my videos, then I just, you know, do a little copy paste and my script's done. It's that easy, guys. I'm telling you, YouTube is so fucking easy. But yeah, there's definitely some interesting lore with the Crystal Peaks that I have not touched on at all. This whole idea of the crystals having some sort of light inside of them. They were clearly powerful because they were being mined. But unfortunately, we don't see them used anywhere outside of the Crystal Peaks, as far as I'm aware. So it's kind of hard to connect dots when there's nothing outside of Crystal Peaks that implies they're being used. Fuck. But yeah, they're like some kind of powerful light connected to the crystals, which is interesting. Was Zote supposed to be playable? There was a stretch goal for him, but it was not reached, unfortunately. And according to Team Cherry, because they talked about this in their Mixer stream, they said something like he was supposed to be just a much weaker version of the Knight. Like, you would get set flying when you got hit, and people would interact with you differently. So yeah, that's all there was to that. Unfortunately, we didn't get that. But there's another universe where we might. So that's Zero's grave. I guess he betrayed the king for some reason that we will probably never find out about. Alright, let's get some deep lore going. So in my first video, I made a pretty big mistake, in my opinion. I talk about how the infection... They used the vessel to contain the infection, but it didn't work, so then the Pale King summoned the Dreamers to fix it. But that doesn't make sense. Oh wait, hold on. This is what I was talking about earlier. What compels it to climb out of the darkness and return to the Sacred Kingdom? The vessel or that captive light? So, the Dreamers are basically asking, who called it back to Hallownest? Is it the Hollow Knight or is it the Radiance? But yeah, the main purpose of the Dreamers, in my opinion now, is that they only were there to protect the vessel's physical body. The Hollow Knight its physical body had to be protected for it to contain the Radiance. So that's what the Dreamers are doing. They're not actually stopping the Radiance in any way, just protecting the Hollow Knight. The Radiance influenced Zero? That would make sense. I have not looked at his dialogue very closely. Oh! Well, that's it. The whole kingdom's dead. Okay, what the fuck? I gotta concentrate, guys. This is a really difficult part of the game, apparently. There we go. That was beautiful. Alright, let's get the Dream Nail. Very powerful weapon, used to cut the veil between the world, the dreams and the waking. And now we meet Seer. So, she's a nice lady. Gives you a bunch of shit. Makes your nails stronger. She calls us the Wielder. And there are a couple of names given to the Knight. There isn't really a canonical name. I guess you could call that the Knight, because basically the community itself named it that. It's sort of the name we sort of used because it's what Team Cherry, I think, used in the manual. There might be other reasons, but Team Cherry has said that the Wanderer might be a better name for the Knight, but they just went with Knight because it's what we, the fans, have said. So just remember, we have power over them. If we tell them, we'll riot. If Britta dies, then they won't touch her. They'll be scared. But Team Cherry has also said that there is a secret name for the Knight that no one knows about. It's only for internal people. And we don't know what it is. Maybe Jim? What is the angel that saves you before you meet Seer? It's probably Seer, but her dream form, I guess. It's some kind of moth, I would assume. But, you know, it's hard to say. Could be something else. So if I want to just beat the game, I guess I wouldn't have to go to the Crystal Peaks again. So I think I won't, at least for now. I did not want to go here. Someone says the secret name is Chuck, which is possible. I'm not gonna rule Chuck out. If we crowdsource this, we could probably guess it. I mean, the odds are on our side. We just wouldn't know which one's right. So I guess I'll go to Deepnest. The Moss Prophet we bump into is clearly infected and worships the Radiance, but before the infection, do you think he is a preacher of No, he is a... Oh, maybe. I guess that's possible, yeah. That's a good one, man. Oh, orange oldfish. That's a good theory. I like it. I'm guessing... Yeah, he's gone. Dang it! Yeah, that would make sense because there's another church next to the lake. So... It's, well... That's more connected to the Queen's Gardens. So maybe not. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. Why can plants produce rotten eggs? That is a good question. I do not know. What are the golems in the Crystal Peak supposed to be? I think they were designed to mine crystals, and they use crystals as an energy source. Probably created by the Pale King, because he seems to like industrializing things. If that makes any sense. He built the fucking... There's tons of, like, saw blades in his castle, which kind of reminds me of, like, industry and building and shit like that. So, yeah, probably the Pale King. The architecture of the Moss Prophet's room is more Hallownestian than Un's Lake. Un's Lake. You know, we're about to go there, so we'll see. We will find out. Alright, so... Let's look. Oh, fuck, I forgot about this. Kill these fat bastards. It does remind me of Hallownest more. But I'm having trouble remembering what Un's thing even looks like. But yeah, clearly he's talking about the Radiance here. I don't know. The outside kind of looks like maybe an unstructure, but I don't know. I think it's a little too far away Let's look at the map. Okay, that doesn't help. Alright, well, we'll just head back this way. Oh, fuck. Now we're in everybody's favorite area, Deepnest. Lots of fun to be had here. Okay, I'm about to die. There we go. What does Steel Soul Jin want you to give her? I'm not sure what you're referring to. She wants rancid eggs, doesn't she? Yeah, you give her rancid eggs, and she says that they're for a friend. And now that would obviously be GG. So, say hi to Cornifer. Oh fuck, I didn't want to do that. Yeah, I want your shitty map. So worthless. So fucking worthless. The Mossbag home is pretty close to the Queen Station. Proximity doesn't really matter when you have the stagways, right? I mean, I'm saying it's a little too far from but I don't know. It's probably Hallownest, but it could be anything. I would not be surprised if it was and I would not be surprised if it was for the Pale King or the White Lady. But the fact that there are moss beings there, I don't know. This is something I could spend hours thinking about and not come to a conclusion on. So expect a 25-minute lore video on that soon, guys. The building by the Lake of Un has no windows and is tall. Okay. Yeah. Would you consider the mushroom shared mind a higher being? I don't know. No? Are they gods? Are they able to create anything, or do they have some sort of control over reality? Okay, I can't come here yet. I would say no. I mean, that giant mushroom, maybe. Maybe that was the god of the mushroom people, but it's hard to say. They might just be like a race like the mantises that don't necessarily have a god or anything like that. If primal creatures have no mind, then why do the primal aspids make me lose my mind? You just gotta calm down. Take a deep breath, maybe buy a stress ball or something. That might help. Is it explained why the failed tramway failed? Resistance from the Deepnest creatures. The bugs of Deepnest did not want to be connected to Hallownest, so they killed some bugs. Am I supposed to be over here? I don't even know where I'm going. Here we go. So look, fucking Nosk is right there. I didn't even know that until I was playing on PS4, and that blew my mind. I was like, holy shit. I didn't know you saw him this early. But yeah, there he is. In all his shitty glory. Bardun says he is no worm, for he is too small and has too many limbs. But since he is a caterpillar, what would he pupate into? I do not know. A huge-ass butterfly, I guess. That would be scary. See, I never thought to think of that. That's why I love doing this stuff, because of all these cool questions that get brought up. Nosk did nothing wrong. He did nothing right, though. And that's the real problem. Nosk is a boss. He's basically like a mimic. He looks like the knight, but when you get close to him, he turns into a giant spider. I'm not sure what Nosk's gender is supposed to be, or if it has one. I just call it a he. Do the vessels have feelings? Well, it seems to be implied from the Pure Vessels Dream Now dialogue, but that is not in the game. So it's kind of up for debate. Like I said earlier, the vessels have wills because Jin mentions it. Steel Soul Jin, she says, oh, so it has a will because the knight rejects her offer or rejects her question or something. So they have some kind of... There's something going on with them. Whether or not they feel things, I don't know. The broken vessel bows to you, so it can feel respect. I do not know. Alright, I'm gonna try and do this. This is tricky. Yeah, that's not gonna go well. I'm not gonna do that. If Nosk was good, why can't there be a Nosk 2? There kinda is a Nosk 2. Is Wing Nosk female? This was a question that came up in the Discord. Is Wing Nosk the same person? And it's kind of implied that maybe it is because it shares a statue with Nosk. And so it might be just the same being. In which case it would have the same gender. Yeah, respect would be... Respect isn't an emotion though, is it? If the broken vessel feels respect, is it feeling an emotion? There's cloth, continuing to be worthless. Nosk is gender fluid. I don't think so. Did the mask maker make masks for Nosk? Probably not. I think that's just part of his shell. Or whatever. Yeah, I don't think the mask maker is really tied to anything that's going on concurrently in Hallownest. It's more of like a ancient being type thing. If that makes any sense. When are you going to teach me how to play this game? Because I am liking it so far. So Hollow Knight is an action-adventure platformer where you play as a bug. You have health that is represented in masks. You get hit, you lose a piece of health. Some things do too, to make it harder. The game is simple at first, but there are quite a few pieces to it that make it a very satisfying game to play. So you have your nail attack, which you can do in all 4 cardinal directions. On top of that, you also have a soul mechanic. So as you hit enemies, you gain soul, which you can then use to cast spells, or you can use it to focus, which is an ability to let you heal yourself. But you leave yourself vulnerable to getting hit. So you have to make sure to time your attacks so you're not going to get hit. And then, like a Metroidvania, you unlock different abilities that let you go to different places, and you gain spells, and it's just a good time overall. Everyone has a good time playing this game, usually. Most people who give up because the beginning is too difficult or too boring. But I don't think those people gave it a fair shake. Like, I can understand not liking this game, but I just think it's so good. So yeah, there's the Hollow Knight tutorial for you. Why did you kill Zote? I didn't kill Zote. He's fine. Zote doesn't die in Deepnest. You can save him at any time. If you leave him in Greenpath, he will die. Which I noticed on the on PS4, they took away the achievements that require you to play through a second time, which is really nice. So I platinumed that game on one playthrough. When will Hornet DLC come out? That is a difficult question. I think Team Cherry just took like a month-long vacation, like in November. So I wouldn't expect to see anything until like January. I doubt we'll see anything this month. Probably February even. Like, I think Hornet DLC is going to be pretty big. So what the fuck are these bugs doing here? Like, why would you come here? You're gonna get murdered. Come on, guys. Talk to Best Girl Cloth. I already talked to her. She's just feeling blue because she can't do anything. But if she would just stop letting her fears get the best of her, she could fight with the big leagues and do her thing. Do you think there's a reason the bees didn't reject or seem to be under the queen's control because their eyes are black? Because they are used to a hive mind? I don't know. So the bees are infected. That's been confirmed by Team Cherry in AMA. But they don't attack you if they have the hive blood charm. So what's the deal? What's going on? My answer, I don't really know. Fuck. God damn it. So I try and face tank this guy, which is probably not a good idea. There's lots of shit flying around everywhere and... Damn it. No, that's not the move I wanted to do. My bad. So yeah, I died. But we can talk to Cloth. Yeah, she's just depressed. Talking to her bums me out. I should not have died to him. This is sad. Alright, we'll try again. Galien is the worst Dream Warrior because he hovers so close to the ground. Yeah, I'm used to fighting him in the Pantheon where you have the Shade Cloak. Okay, hurry it up. Come on. We'll play carefully, I guess. So my problem was I tried to use Howling Wraiths, but I don't actually have that move yet, so... Bit of a mistake on my part. I should go get that. You can probably tell I don't use spells much. Which is probably not a good thing. Fuck me. Come on, you gotta be dead now. There we go. About that. The king's kind of maybe dead, so... Sorry. I like this room because there are mushrooms in the background, but there really isn't any explanation for it, as far as I'm aware. You ever see a room where it's like, you feel like something should be there, but it's just not? It's strange. So yeah, that's Lifeblood. Probably never going to do a Lifeblood video because there's nothing really to say. So I guess I'll just say it now. Salubra mentions that Lifeblood is a taboo. So basically the Pale King outlawed it. And in the Howling Cliffs we see a grave for Joni the Heretic. So she's called a heretic. Salubra says it's a taboo. So we think that's why we think it's was deemed illegal by the Pale King or whatever. There's a Lifeblood creature in the Abyss. I mentioned in one of my videos that maybe the Pale King locked it up in there, but since then someone pointed out to me that doesn't make sense. Why would the Pale King lock the Lifeblood creature behind a door that's opened by Lifeblood? Seems kind of random. So why exactly the Lifeblood creature is in the Abyss and what it's doing, who knows? Maybe he just likes it there because it's quiet. And I can respect that. You're under the mushroom area thing. I think that's why. Maybe. Okay, buddy. There we go. Come on. Deepnest is such a slog, isn't it? Did I do 3? Did I do 3 masks? That was weird. Anyway. You're in here for a while and you got a lot to go through. And there's no music. It's more this like creepy environmental music, which is good, but I don't know, I love me some music because it's so fucking good. Do you have to beat the Pantheon of Halnest to get the Land of Storms or just the other Pantheons? You have to beat the Pantheon of Halnest and have all bindings. They don't have to be at the same time, but you do have to get every binding on that run. Which means it's fucking impossible. Unless you're fucking Fireborn or Verulien or someone of their caliber, you can't do it. So, I haven't done it. I used debug for my video. I did a good job of hiding it, but that's what I did. Those are Whispering Roots. Those have lore, but it's just kind of like basic lore about the area that they're in. Kind of interesting, but I don't think I've really ever used their dialogue for any theories. No joke, the spiders in the foreground of Deepnest make me queasy. You know, I get queasy when I play some games. Like I had this game, Echo the Dolphin, for the Genesis. And you're a dolphin and you swim underwater and you can get swimming so fast, it just gives me motion sickness. Which is a shame because I really like that game. But I can't play it for super long. I feel like if I ever tried to do VR, the same thing would happen. I would just get sick. So when every game's a VR game, I'm gonna be out of the loop. I'll have to pick up reading or something. I don't know. So I'm gonna open the stag station real quick. Get the Weaver song. I do not feel like going there, and you need the crystal dash, I think, to even get to the Weaver song. Maybe. You need the crystal dash for something. And now we'll just sit on this nice bench. Stay out of these folks. There's some unique music here that I think is really fun. This is just another moment in the game that when I was first playing through, I was like, okay, this game is special. This is the way it subverts your expectations sometimes. This is really fun. I don't speedrun. You don't need Crystal Dash. You need it for something. Or maybe I'm just bad at the game and I can't get to it without Crystal Dash. This area is just so, like, I feel like it's so different from the rest of the game. It's just like tons and tons of cramped little hallways. Don't really care for it, honestly. This whole area is just kind of like anticlimactic. Like if you had to name flaws in this game, this would probably be one spot. Like, why is there no boss here? But I think that's for lore reasons. So that would be my counter argument to someone saying that this is a flaw. You need Crystal Dash to get to the secret area. See, I thought you need Crystal Dash to get below, to get past those spikes. And then the Weaver Song is at the very edge on the right side before you go across the room. And I thought you need Crystal Dash to get to that area. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't really care to go back there right now, so. No, fuck it, we'll do it. We'll go back there and see. 'Cause I need to know. Rancid egg, everyone's favorite little treasure to find hidden away. So useful. Hi from Argentina. Hello. That's cool. I've never been. The only country I've ever been to is Iceland, outside of the United States. So not exactly the most exciting destination, but Iceland's cool. I enjoyed it. Okay, fuck you. I can hear a grub. Oh, he's over here. He can fucking see through walls, apparently. Alright, let's save his ass. They're so cute. Why does the dreamer's corpses disappear when they are killed in their dreams? Oh, I don't think Team Cherry wanted you to think about that. Probably because destroying their dream version somehow just kills them, destroys their physical bodies. Sort of like a crap, he could kill me. What a riveting fight. What the fuck? Come on. Jesus. Why is Galien a crab? He was born that way. Jeez. Don't judge. Okay, I think this is where Herrah's at. Damn it. What the fuck am I doing? God damn it. Trying to find a question and I can't handle the tension. Yeah, it's tough. I'm shaking. My palms are really sweaty. Oh my god. Were people waiting for the fucking crab question? What the fuck? Who cares? Why are there lights in the cocoon? I don't think there's a lore reason for that. I already said I don't find Hornet attractive. Alright, let's dream nail her. So yeah, basically the Pale King came to Herrah and said, be a dreamer. And Herrah's like, no, unless you have a child with me. And he's like, okay. They fucked. And Hornet was born. There you go. That's why this game's lore is so amazing. I guess I can say Hornet's hot, but also say she doesn't necessarily attract me. I mean, I don't know. She has a great personality. We could probably agree on that. What the fuck, chat? What the fuck are you talking about? That's not important to the lore. I don't run a fucking smut channel. Jeez. What the fuck? That, Indie Mouse, is that how you say his name? He made a video on the waifus of Hollow Knight. So you can go watch that video if that's what you want. How does the knight hold stuff? See, that's another example of I don't think there's a lore explanation. It's just a thing. That happens. Jesus Christ. Come on. Okay, got him. Here it is, the trilobite statue that has made us wonder so much about what it's about. Probably has something to do with Hornet DLC, so... And I think something can come out of here, like, in this little area. Because in some of the RE sketchbook drawings, you can see that there's some sort of liquid that comes out of there. But who knows? The lore is lacking, in my opinion, too cryptic. I think that's a fair view to have. It's pretty cryptic. But I think that there's lots of stuff that people haven't, or at least when I made my first video, and since I've been making these videos, there's been plenty of stuff to talk about. And yeah, sometimes the answer is just, we don't really know, but I think there's still stuff to discuss. Any other media you like? Games, shows, or movies? I really like Smash Bros. Not really sure why I'm playing this instead of Smash Bros, but like when Brawl came out, that was my fucking life. I guess I've just been less and less interested in them, but I still really like them. I just played through the Dark Souls games here recently, and those were really fun. I like Nintendo, that kind of stuff. Shows, I like BoJack Horseman's really good. It's on Netflix. It's about a horse from the 90s TV show who's washed up now and incredibly depressed. It's pretty funny. And I like the Arrested Development. I watched The Simpsons a ton when I was a kid. That's where my sense of humor kind of came from, was that show. I like Monty Python, obviously. So, I'm trying to think of a movie I like that is like unique, but I can't think of any right now. Why hasn't he upgraded anything? I upgraded my nail once, but yeah, I should probably go upgrade things. Like maybe get more masks. I'm just sort of going places, not really thinking about what I'm doing. Have I played Metroid Prime? So what I was going to do was I was going to play them on PC with like a mouse and keyboard, but it didn't work very well, and it gave me motion sickness. So eventually I'll play them on like Wii or GameCube, especially before 4 comes out, because I'm excited for that. So, my 3 favorite bosses. Wignosk, I've already said, so I'll just pick 3 different ones. Sisters of Battle is just epic. The Hollow Knight fight is just so great from a lore perspective. And the Radiance fight is also just... I really loved fighting that for the first time because the fucking sun spreads wings and you're like, what the fuck? I'm fighting the fucking sun? It's hype as hell. I am really feeling it. Are you gonna get the pale ore? I could do that. That's something I could do. You need monarch wings to get there. Except there are some crystals you can bounce off of. I just found this out, so we'll try and do some sequence breaking, I guess. This part's fucking bullshit. Fuck this shit. Like, this is not fun to get through. It's just annoying. But I should have stopped and said hi to Mila. Oh well. We all know what's going on with her. Alright, so Crystal Guardian is really easy to fuck up. So I'm gonna try and not do that. We'll see how this goes. I think I've lost... When I did my Steel Soul run, I think I lost twice to this guy. Him and the Enraged Guardian. Oh, fuck. That was terrible. That was just fucking terrible. I'm really sorry about that, guys. Ugh. I guess I just need to have double jump to fight that thing. Because I just can't time the dashing right. Thanks for the Fs. Okay. There isn't really any lore, as far as I know, for the Crystal Guardian. He's just sort of there, pissed off, doing their thing. In fact, we're the villain. We're the one who fucking attacks him. We got some nerve, don't we? We could just ask nicely. Hey, do you want to scooch? Pretty please? Should have grabbed the map. But yeah, you find the shopkeeper's key really close to that room. So maybe he's the one who kills Esme, but we don't really know who Esme is or if she's even dead, so... That's the character that Sly mentions. Yeah, and I don't really have any theories. Just a boss. There's this area, but you need Crystal Dash. I have not fought the Brooding Mawlek. I kind of forgot about it. Her, it, I don't know what the gender is. Okay. Here we go. I'm feeling it. I am really feeling it. This is going to be a TKO. I just got to get in the zone. I'm not going to get hit by any lasers. I am visualizing victory. There we go. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Alright, let's go get the map. I'm here to get Crystal Dash. That's the reason I'm here. Okay, come on. And maybe we'll get the Pale Ore. Fucking laser things. Jump over him? That's a good idea. I should have been doing that. I don't know why I thought... Jesus, I'm stupid. But that's okay. I'll talk to Quirrel a little bit. I really like Quirrel's dialogue. I think he's got the best dialogue in the game. Maybe not much lore, but... Oh wait, no, there's lore right here. Yeah, there's a sort of energy in the crystals. So yeah. But yeah, I love his dialogue here. Good shit. So yeah, I'll probably fuck this up, but let's see. You can bounce off of this crystal. Oh, fuck! Damn it. Alright, we'll try that again. There we go. Oh god, more of them. There we go. Just gotta jump over them. That's the trick, right? Huh. So we'll just go through here. Or I guess we could just ignore them. That's an option. You can bounce on the pickaxe? Damn. Oh, I guess it's really hard. Okay. That's cool though. I think there's a hidden soul totem over here. Because I recently went through the game and looked at every single one of them. Because they have these strange... Some of them have these strange, like, the floor is different. And then there's these weird columns that are different. It's quite strange. You see the floor... I'm gonna fucking spoil my next video. You see the floor here in the abyss where the void tendril dialogue is? And these columns, you see them in a lot of places, but you also see them in the room where you fight the Hollow Knight. So, kind of interesting. Fuck. Okay, there we go. How many hours do you have on the game? 250-ish. I think that's what we decided earlier. 163 on Steam, and then I've played it on PS4 and Switch. So maybe like 200 might be a better number. And a lot more time thinking about it and making videos on it and stuff like that. Okay. Fuck. I didn't know that you had to do that. That's gonna be hard. One of the manuals says that Geo is fossils. That would make sense. It has to be some kind of rock. It's not the way I wanted to go. Okay. So we'll get the pale ore, and then we gotta go back down and get the crystal dash. Spend a lot of time here. But that's okay. It's not about the destination. It's about the journey. Wait, does it not respawn? Ugh. Shit. Well, we tried, guys. We tried. Oh, fuck. Which one? Probably the 56 minutes one. No, it's not. Is it? Fuck. How long have I been playing this game? Two hours and 35 minutes? Jesus Christ. Well, whatever. I don't need the pale ore anyway. I just did an old nail run on the PS4. And it was easy. So. Alright, where to next? I don't use the Zote background. I don't know why I don't use the Zote background. That's a good question. Oh my goodness. Oh, I hate these things so much. They just stress me out. But luckily, Team Cherry updated it so that the things stop when you hit this lever. So much better. Such a great change. There's a theory that all soul totems are worms. Maybe. There's definitely something strange going on there. But I don't know if they're worms or just beings of higher power in general. Now, I don't think this is the right way. Is it? Did I go too far down? No, I don't think I did. I kind of forget the layout of this place sometimes. Unfortunately. I challenge you to come up with a really dumb theory right now on the spot. Let's see here. What's a really dumb theory we could come up with? So, oh God, I'm not very good at this. Guess we could do one about the Crystal Peaks. Why are these little bug things covered in crystals? Like, like, I understand, like, how crystals grow on the ground, but creatures that fly around in the air? Seems a little suspicious to me. No, this is the wrong way. You gotta go to the top, okay. My bad. I think that a crystal had sex with a bug, and that's why these bugs have crystals on them. Is that a dumb theory? Is there a black egg in the Pale King's old worm stomach? I don't think so. Not that I can remember. The night is Ness? Probably not. Okay, gotta go up to the top. Yeah, I gotta get over there to where the golems are. But this is... Let's see here. This is locked off. So... I gotta go the other way. Okay, I know where I'm going now. Okay, let's see here. Trying to find something to read. Looks like a white egg to me. Yeah. Something. I don't know what it is. And why is that mark you with the King's brand? Like, what do? You just slam your face on it and it burns you? Or it's like... I don't know. It's weird shit. So let's go through here, I guess. Kill these fuckers. Pick up a thing. Don't think there's anything over here but a soul totem. Hollow Knight lore, more like Hollow Knight vore. That's good. I'm stealing that joke. Who destroyed the White Palace? I don't think the White Palace was destroyed. I think it was moved into the dream world by the Pale King as a way to hide himself from the Radiance. That's why there isn't a White Palace in the real world, but there is one in the dream world. It's the same one. It just got moved. If that makes sense. What is the lore explanation of TC including vore in 2 of the 4 DLCs? It means that Team Cherry likes vore. I think that's pretty obvious. And who could blame them? I'm not going to judge. You know? Some cultures are different from cultures here in the United States, and that's perfectly fine. I am not one to judge. Gotta concentrate on this. The White Palace is actually the house from Up. I gotta be honest, I haven't watched all of Up. I've only seen like the first half hour. Which, I hear that the first 8 minutes are the best part, so I don't really care to finish it. But I do feel like I've watched so much other crap, it seems wrong to have seen that and not watched all of Up, but whatever. Vore is like a... Is it a fetish or is it just a... I don't know if it's necessarily a fetish, but it's eating things whole. Like swallowing something. So, yeah, that's what vore is. You don't have to look it up. You can if you want. But that's my understanding. I didn't learn about it until I joined Discord. If that tells you anything. So yeah, now we're gonna go fight the thing. The lost kid. The broken vessel. Why not? So yeah, we can go to a different section and I can spend 30 seconds talking about the lore of that section and then half an hour talking about random shit. It's a fetish if it arouses you. Well, I mean, like, boobs are arousing to most people, but is that a fetish? Isn't like a fetish like a... Okay. I should probably not look this up, actually. Sexual fetish is a sexual fiction on a non-living object or non-genital body part. So it has to be something that isn't necessarily related to a sexual organ. It can't be like... You can't have a fetish for a penis, is what I'm trying to say. So hopefully that answered some questions. Anyway, where are we going? Yes, the first thing I typed in was vore fetish, so apparently when I was researching it, I thought it was a fetish. Anyway, I think we're finally going to be gone from the Crystal Peaks. Thank fucking God. Actually, I like the crystal peaks because when I first found them, I was like, holy fuck, this game just keeps going. I think it's one of the later areas I found. Oh, fuck. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Did I go to the king's? I did. What am I watching? You are watching Let's Stream Hollow Knight and talk about Vore. You know, you only have so much time on this earth. So just enjoy it. Don't let other people judge you. That's my motto. Why is the infection orange? Probably... Hold on. Whoops, didn't want to do that. It's probably like a light, but it's condensed, so it's darker, so it's orange. I don't know. Here's my theory. Free of charge, just for you. What action turns the crossroads infected? Normally when I play, it's when you defeat the broken vessel, but I think this time was because I freed one of the dreamers. I should probably get more health before I do this, but I'm not gonna. I'll just waste everyone's time by dying to him 6 times in a row. What do you think about the new YouTube Rewind? I have not watched it. I hear it's garbage. That they, like, are basically showing off celebrities and Viners and, I don't know, people that actual YouTubers don't know about. But, you know, it's not that big of a deal, guys. Like, YouTube does so much good for the people who use it. The fact that their promotional stuff isn't necessarily geared towards us. Okay, stop it. I need to talk to this guy. I don't think it's that big of a deal. But maybe if I watch the video, I'll change my mind. It's garbage. It probably is, right? Probably, but... And I could understand being mad about it, but... Not a big deal in my mind. Until YouTube starts, like, doing crazy stuff, like removing tons of content. Doesn't really bother me. My friend is gonna get Hollow Knight. Should I explain him the lore? It's up. Ask him if he wants to go in blind or have an idea of the story. I mean, some people like piecing the story together, but I don't think it matters if he knows the story before he plays. Do a reaction? I'd have to buy a camera. And I don't have one of those yet, so... That's why you're not seeing my beautiful face. Did you get Abyss Watcher vibes from the Mantis Lords fight? I didn't play Dark Souls 3 until afterwards, so I got Mantis Lord vibes from the Abyss Watchers. Yeah, I should have gotten another nail upgrade. This is gonna take a while. I will leave the stream as a video, yes. Because this is quality content. For sure. No doubt about that. This needs to be archived for all eternity. To be honest, Team Cherry needs to cut with the DLC and make a proper sequel. I would not hold my breath if I were you. Team Cherry is ready to move on. If you think about it, if you know the story behind Hollow Knight, it was sort of born out of a game jam. So who really knows if this is the kind of game that they were dreaming of making when they were first thinking about it. So they're probably excited to move on to projects that they can just sort of come up with on their own time, if that makes any sense. Hollow Knight started as a game jam game that they just transitioned into a real game. But yeah, I'm ready to see some new stuff from them. As long as it's as well done as this, like, I don't care what it is. Who are you maining in Smash 4? I don't really main anyone. Played a lot of Marth in Melee. And I played a lot of Ike in Brawl. Who did I play in Smash 4? Let me think. I can't remember. I'll let you know if I remember during this fight. So yeah, the infection goop jumps into this shell of a vessel. And then it screams at us. Sorry, I gotta concentrate. Wait, where the fuck did... Oh, okay. So yeah, there's like a stagger mechanic in this game. It's really cool. So I think it's similar to in Dark Souls, where basically if you hit them enough times quickly enough, you'll force a stagger. I think that happens in some Dark Souls bosses. Oh, that should have hit me. But yeah, it's a cool little feature. But it's not based on how much health they have. I think it's based on how quickly you do a certain amount of damage. Oh. There we go. Speaking of Smash, your voice seems to be quite similar to Smash user called Introspective. I think I've watched one of his videos. Maybe. I've been told I sound like a few YouTubers. Oh, I need to go this way, that's right. I was like, why isn't it going? It's based on number of hits regardless of damage. Okay, that's true, because I'm wrong, you're right. I just think it's an interesting little mechanic. So yeah, someone asked about these, the monarch wings. They seem to infuse with the knight's cape, which is probably part of why they're ethereal. So they kind of come out of the cape, or whatever the fuck the knight is wearing. Whatever this stylish piece of garb he's got on is. Have you watched Joseph Anderson's vid on Hollow Knight? Yes, I have. He says some nice things about the game. He says it's a perfect product because it's so cheap. And I don't think I really disagree with anything he really says. He says that you should get the dash immediately, like at the start of the game, which I think is pretty weird way to do it, because the dash gates off a lot of stuff. So And they'd have to find another move to replace it. I don't know what that would be. But yeah, good video. Joseph Anderson's okay. He puts out good stuff. Why are the wings there, though? I don't know. It looked like it was some sort of shrine or something. Did the king leave them there? That would be my first thought. But I don't really know. Thank you for everything. Your videos are always such high quality. Always happy when I see a new one in my sub feed. / shoe licking. There's nothing wrong with licking shoes. But it might be a fetish if you do it for sexual reasons. And even then it's not a problem. I'm not going to judge. But thank you. Lore behind Vloskin being taller than other vessels. I'm going to punt and say it's because the Lost Kin and the Broken Vessel were made very early in the game's development, so it just happens to have a different height to it. So yeah, if you try and dream nail this without the awakened dream nail, you get this barrier. I think the Pale King was deliberately placed the White Palace there to protect himself from the Radiance. Opinions on toes. 10 out of 10. Yes, this video will be a VOD. Unless that is something you have to determine beforehand, and I forgot to check it. In which case, no, it won't be. But I don't think that's how it works. Alright, let's go to King's Station. Lore on the fact that the Hollow Knight is taller than the regular vessels. Again, I think the Hollow Knight was conceived early on in the game's development. So I think Team Cherry just sort of threw a lore explanation in there that it was raised and trained to prime form. That's what the journal entry says for the pure vessel. And I think any explanation beyond that is not going to be expanded upon by Team Cherry, at least. So, hi, Mystery. Hollow Knight 2, Quirrel's Journey. About that. What's the Hollow Knight question you want answered the most? Ooh, that's a good one. Ooh, I'll have to think about that. I don't know. The battle between the Radiance and the Abyss, the Void, and what Hallownest looked like in that intermedium period, I guess. I really want to learn more about that. But I think for the most part, I think that there's going to be enough answers to make me happy by the time everything's done. I'm glad you are enjoying the stream. Fuck, I was about to read your name and I fell in a pit. Don't be pissed. Yeah, I'm glad you're loving the stream. I'm enjoying talking about this game for 3 hours straight to people who actually care. I have some IRL friends who I have gotten to start the game, but most of them have not finished it, and it's really annoying because I can't bounce lore off of them. Okay, I gotta pay attention. These guys are kind of a pain in the ass. These guys take forever to kill. There we go. Why is the King's Mold in the Ancient Basin still there if the King's Mold disappeared? If the King's Molds disappear after death? They don't. You can find dead King's Molds in the White Palace, so they don't all have to just die. Some of them stick around. Why is there silk in the hidden station? I think it shows that there's some sort of connection that the Pale King had to the creatures in Deepnest and the weavers. You see one spool of that silk in the King's workshop. So he was using them for something. Maybe for building the constructs. Some people talk about how the weavers could weave spells with their silk. So maybe the Pale King was using that ability. Maybe for some of the seals used to contain the Radiance. So, I mean, it's a possibility. Not gonna rule it out. Fuck. And yeah, I mentioned in my first video that maybe it was built so that the Pale King could reach Herrah and have their fun little sexy times together. God damn it. I should get a nail upgrade. Why would the king move his palace to the dream world, a place that the Radiance lives? I think it's a little bit different. I mean, the Dreamers are in the dream world too, so you'd think that the Radiance could just kill them there. But there seems to be more going on than just that. Where do you think the worms come from? They just exist, you know? They're just there. They're just like the old gods. There isn't really a explanation. Like Dark Souls, there's no... They don't tell us where the never-ending dragons come from. They just sort of exist. Oh shit. Unless I missed something in Dark Souls lore. Definitely not an expert on that. Crap. That's a bummer. Alright, let's do some backtracking. Maybe I'll go get stronger. Probably not a terrible idea. Will the bugs infected during the game be okay after the Radiance dying ending, or are they gone for good? Well, we do know that bugs can start to be infected and still be okay, because that's what happens to Bretta and Sly. But at the same time, we have the husks. Most of the enemies you see, the Hunter's Journal entry says that they're corpses that have been reanimated by the infection. So those bugs are dead as fuck. They're not coming back. As for things that are like alive that are infected, maybe? I don't think it's impossible. But yeah. I'm trying to think where I can get a pale ore easily. I don't think there is one, is there? Why are there no stairs? Team Cherry didn't want to make slopes. Everything in the game is built on grids. So they couldn't do stairs, or they didn't want to do stairs. Alright, let's go back to Dirtmouth, I guess. Yeah, we can go fight the Mawlek. So say hi to Grubfather. Oh, and we can buy some shit from Sly. Buy the Elegant Key. And we'll buy some masks. Jesus, I haven't gotten any. Alright, that's good. There's one Ancient Basin. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's easy. We'll go get that one. What time is it? 6:49? Oh, jeez. I'm in the Eastern Standard Time, by the way. So it's 6:49 here. I could probably just finish the game. Might as well, right? Got nothing else going on with my life. So yeah, this is the Grubfather. He eats his children. He's a fucking monster. Makes me sick to my goddamn stomach. No, I think he's a good guy. It's part of the process of evolution or something. You know what I mean. Oh, what the fuck? Any thoughts about the machine hidden in Grimm's tent? Oh man, that's really hard to figure out. I think it's something to do with illusions. Fuck. Like maybe some sort of projector. Because, I don't know, he's all about theatrics and stuff. So I think it's something like that. I don't really know. It's a very strange little thing. It might be there to try and explain... I went too low, didn't I? It might be there to try and explain how they navigate through the dream world. Maybe like why it's able to appear in the real world. Something like that. I don't know. Any tips for beating the Radiance? Practice her. Can't remember what I would do when I struggled with her. Yeah, I'm drawing a blank. If I remember, I'll let you know. But I'm sure someone in chat can help you. Oh, by the way, you can hold down to look down, guys. Do you think the Lord Fool, the Coliseum in another worm? Yeah, I think the Coliseum of Fools is in a worm. What that means, I don't know. I think that's up to interpretation. Everyone's favorite Brooding Mawlek, because it's the... I guess it's not the only one. It's the only one that's brooding. Fuck. But yeah, you can fight this thing really early by pogoing off of the spikes that lead to its room. So you can get enough mask shards to... You can get 5 mask shards at the very beginning of the game before even leaving Dirtmouth. Cool stuff. It's alright, 1 extra mask is enough. Trying to remember where the soul shaman, is that what that charm is called? Do I have that yet? I'm trying to remember where that's at, because that will be useful for fighting the Watcher Knights. Grim is emo Radiance. I'd buy it. Maybe the totems are statues of the bugs who worship the Shade Lord. I definitely think it's in the likeness of some of the bugs from that time, but what exactly, I do not know. Whether it was the ones who worship them, or maybe some sort of void beings. That's pretty speculative, but I don't know. It's definitely something. How are you going to archive this stream? It has not gone horribly, so I probably will, yes. Whether or not it's worthy of being archived, I don't know. I'm not sure if there's been much actual quality lore within all of this shit of me just rambling. But we'll see. Salubra has the Shaman Stone? Okay, cool. I'll go do that next. Watcher Knights aren't even that hard though, so I don't know why I'm so nervous. Guess I should go save that grub. Since I'm a nice guy. Do you prefer ants or snails? Like what, in general? Ants? They're just cooler. But you can eat snails, I guess. So that's cool. But you can eat ants too, so that doesn't really matter. You can face tank a lot in this game because of the soul mechanic. But that's okay in my opinion. In Super Metroid, it's just like, we're just gonna throw a shit ton of healing at you because you can't really defend yourself very well in this game. I have all the achievements on PS4. I think I have them on PC. But on PC, I used mods to get the Embrace the Void ending. Because I was trying to get the... I had to get the video out for YouTube, but I couldn't beat the Pantheon of Hallownest legit, so I had to cheat. But I've done it on PS4, so it's all good. So yeah, the pale ore is like glowing inside of this egg. What's the deal with that, right? Team Cherry talked about the pale ore. They said it had something to do with the pale beings. So are they created from the pale beings? Are they... Do the pale beings lay giant eggs that create pale ore? I don't know. In in Ari's sketchbook, I was right over here. In Ari's sketchbook, there are these things called ore pillars that show up, and I think they were supposed to be in the Forest of Bones. So it seems like that might have been the origin of pale ore, but maybe they changed it. What kind of insect is Hornet? I don't think that's really a question we can answer. It's just some humanoid bug thing. Would you say it's wrong or evil to dream nail the ghosts you find? No, I don't, because to me ghosts are just, they aren't the real person. They're just memories that have hung in the air. They can maybe interact with you a little, but I don't really know if their existence is really that fulfilling or meaningful. Slubra. Do I think the Lord Fool is a worm? He could be, but there isn't really any way for us to know for sure. I mean, why would the Pale King let another lord sit around like that in his kingdom if he were actually like a worm that was powerful, if that makes sense? But I mean, at the same time, it's in the corpse of a worm. There's a lord inside of it. Doesn't seem like that big of a stretch. I think it just depends. It's possible to say one. You could say either one, and I would say, okay, sure, why not? Are you gonna do the Radiance ending? Probably eventually. Probably not this stream. I'll probably end this stream when I beat the Hollow Knight. Or before that, if I get completely burned out. But I think we're getting close. Oh no! Oh god! He killed everyone. That is so sad. Could the pale ore be a worm egg? It could be. Yes, I think so. Worms just lay a giant egg and there's ore inside of it. Why not? A lot of weird shit gets laid in this game. Like that thing that just lays babies every 10 seconds, every 5 seconds. How the fuck does that work? What is lifeblood? It's this powerful blue liquid that you drink it and it makes you feel healthier. Probably comes from the lifeblood creature that lives in the abyss. We know that the Pale King outlawed it because of Joni the heretic being a heretic, and she uses it. And Salubra mentions that it's a taboo when you read the description for the lifeblood heart or whatever it's called. And then we have the question of whether or not the lifeblood creature was... Sorry, I'm not sure where I'm going. We have a question of whether the lifeblood creature was locked in there by the Pale King. I mentioned that I thought that, but doesn't seem that likely anymore, because why would you lock him behind a door that has lifeblood as the main operation to open it? How long are you gonna stream? I'm thinking of when I beat the Hollow Knight, but I don't know. Anyone's guess, I guess. So I'm gonna go get a nail upgrade. And then maybe upgrade my... Get the Shade Soul, or whatever it's called. That kind of stuff. Do you think Hegemol will be in the Hornet DLC? Very possible. We don't know if he's dead or not. Nothing in the game confirms or deconfirms that Hegemol's dead. Just that their armor is missing, which is not a good sign, but not definitive. So yeah, I'm not really sure what Lymm's business model is. But whatever. Hollow Knight is a fun game. Yes, I agree. What made you interested in researching Hollow Knight lore? Well, I beat the game. I got locked up because it was the regular ending. And I was like, what the fuck just happened? So I had to look it up. And I realized that it wasn't the true ending. So then I had to get the true ending. Then I looked it up again on YouTube because that's where I spend so much free time. And there were no lore videos. I was like, what the fuck? So then I sat around for a while. I researched lore myself and found it was really interesting. And I thought about making a video about it for a couple months. And then I was like, okay, I'll just make it my own video. And then people watched it, so I was like, okay, I'll make more. And that's the story. That's why I like it so much, I guess. It's because I'm so invested in discovering it myself. It's like this great game that has so much untapped discussion in it. So, I guess that's the reason. Just that I wanted there to be a video about the lore, and so I researched the lore and then just kept researching it and snowball. Alright, not sure why I didn't open the stagway to the storage room, but whatever. Ugh. Thanks everybody for coming out to watch. I appreciate it. I'm glad people find this interesting, I guess. What is your official lore stance on Domino's Pizza? So, I don't eat Domino's that much. They don't have it in this town. So, it's okay. In terms of lore, it's not actually in Hollow Knight. I haven't found any references to it. If you guys have, please let me know. 'Cause that'd be cool. This is not okay. I think this is the way we want to go. This is faster. It's like 1 a.m. here in Germany. Cool. I always want to go to Germany, see some of those old castles. And here in America, or in my state anyway, you have to take foreign language in high school, and like we don't give two shits about knowing a second language here. Like we don't really care that much because we speak English, right? But I took 3 years of German through Rosetta Stone, and I retained absolutely none of it. I could maybe count to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But yeah. Rosetta Stone did not do much for me. So if it worked for you, that's fine, but it didn't do it for me. Anyway, I don't know why I brought that up. What insect or bug is Monomon? She's like a weird jellyfish thing. Which for some reason I did not mention in my Monomon video. So blatantly obvious. I don't know why I didn't say that. Just kind of stupid of me. But I can't get everything. I don't want you guys to have this unrealistic expectation of what I am capable of. I did not say sex, I said sect or something. Well, so I'm just, the one thing I never learned, and the thing about Rosetta Stone is that it just throws phrases at you. It doesn't explain how to conjugate or how to actually put words together, put sentences together. So I never actually learned like when you're supposed to say die or das. Like it's just, I was always confused and it never made sense to me. But again, I wasn't paying attention very carefully because I didn't care. I was just doing it because you have to take some language in high school. Mr. Mushroom, alright, he's very interesting. He basically is Team Cherry's way of referencing their other games. Like, he has several encounters where he appears to be talking to somebody else. And when we talk to him, he's like, oh, excuse me. And so, if we look at his dialogue, his first one is mentioning Hungry Night, and his third one is mentioning Tomb Cat. But we don't know what the other ones are. There's a theory that one of them he's referring to as Castlevania Aria of Sorrow, but I haven't played that game, so I'm not sure. But yeah, if you guys ever want to look at his dialogue and try and figure out what game he might be referencing, and let me know, that'd be cool, because it seems like the kind of thing that we should, like, open source, you know? All of us working together, we could probably figure out what he's referring to. And the reason he blasts off and it says to be continued is because Mr. Mushroom will probably be in Team Cherry's other games. He's like a way to connect all of Team Cherry's stuff. Oh, did you see that parry? That was beautiful. Fuck. Not too tough. What is your least favorite charms? I like Shape of Un. I just think it's fun. Least favorite. Dream Shield, for sure. So yeah, this is the shaman that's being experimented on. And it looks like it explodes into void and we absorb it. So what is that supposed to mean? Is he made of void or is he not? The question remains. Parrying, there's a certain window where you have to swing your nail, where they swing their sword or nail. I don't really know exactly when. Why is the player trying to stop the infection? That's a good question. There really isn't an explanation. The main theory is that there might be some sort of... the Pale King might have somehow programmed it into the vessels, but I don't really know how he would have done that. So that's not a very good explanation, in my opinion. Maybe the vessels just really don't like the Radiance, and so they can they just seek her out in general, but I don't know. I wish I had a better explanation for you, but I don't. How old am I? I am 23. So, a little young, but getting up there. Slowly but surely. Doesn't Lymm mention other historians? Yes, he does. He mentions how they would be really jealous of him because he has so many arcane eggs. So, but he has like 4. So that's not even that impressive. If you had like 10, that would be good. I'd be impressed. People are saying he programmed the vessels with weaver silk. I mean, it's possible, but not sure how he got the weaver silk on them because, and I've made this clear, I think that the vessels were born in the abyss organically and didn't really have, and weren't created in the Pale King's workshop. So I don't know how the weaver silk would have gotten on the other vessels. That's why I think if he did program it into him, it had something to do with the way that they were conceived. Someone's pointed out, I think it was Serpent on the Discord, that it's kind of weird that the White Lady would lay black eggs, the eggs we see in the Abyss. So maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know. It's weird stuff. Is it okay if I jack off to your videos? Yes. You can jack off to... I was about to say you can jack off to anything, but do not jack off to children. That is not good. That's where I draw the line. Maybe the king gave Void sentience to create the vessels. Well, the vessels have a will. How they I need to sit at the bench first. Wait, I did that, didn't I? I think I did. Oh well, we'll see. So, I'm a pussy, so I gotta break the chandelier to skip one of the Watcher Nights. Oh, that was bad. That's a shit sandwich right there, if I ever saw one. Oh, this is going south so fast! The last one. Okay. Okay. Do you have a list up for your hardest bosses in the game? All the ones I've seen on YouTube suck. White Flower Dingus. The hardest boss is the Absolute Radiance. After that is Pure Vessel. After that is Nightmare King Grim. Actually no, Markoth on Radiant difficulty is insane. But I don't know if you consider... I don't know if you count Radiant difficulty as a hard boss, but yeah. He is one of the most difficult Radiant bosses to fight. But Radiant Absolute Radiance is like the only boss I haven't beaten out of everything. Hi from New Zealand. Nice to hear that I have someone in New Zealand. Panda Vintage. Thanks. Alright. Let's beat the shit out of this guy. Oh, let's read his Dream Now dialogue. So yeah, like I've mentioned before, there's basically... The three Dreamers have different takes on what to do with the night. Monomon thinks that they should allow it to break the seals, because Monomon realizes that the vessel is not working. Lurien's like, we agreed to keep the seal, so we have to stop it. And Herrah's just like, I'm only here because of Hornet. So they just decide to seal the Hollow Knight away. But yeah, so Lurien's kind of a dumbass. And he might be gay for the king, because he says King Beloved. Anyway, I've said this before on Twitter, but not in a YouTube video, so you find this lore tablet, yada yada. But what's more interesting is that the jars that the collector uses can be seen on these tablets. So I'm about to exit this room, and I'm going to re-enter it. You can see the jar on, like, in the background of this tablet. And you can see it on this tablet too, but it's pretty blatant. If you can see it in the corner by where the curtain is at. Whoops. Oh, there we go. So yeah, maybe Lurien was the one responsible for sending the collector out, or he's connected to the collector in some way, or at least the Tower of Love. So maybe the collector is not a escaped King's Mold, as some people have theorized, but he was actually designed by the Pale King for a specific purpose. He's not a void construct, in my opinion. He's a real bug. Doing real bug things. Living the real bug life. "90% of the ships are gay." Probably, yeah. Okay, dialogue box says that the jars are drawn on a lot of tablets. I haven't seen them, but if they are, let me know, I guess. Tweet me which ones, because I would like to look at that. You can follow me on the twits at Mossbag69. Yeah. That's my Twitter. I have open DMs, so if you want to slide in there, go right ahead. The collector was the price of copulation with the king. Sounds about right. Sounds about right. Alright, so next up we've got to go get the... Wait, do we need Ismus Tier? Yeah, we need Ismus Tier. Go get Ismus Tier. Kill Monomon. Kill the Hollow Knight. And I guess we'll call it after that. 'Cause it's probably been a while, hasn't it? I gotta go get some supper. God, I'm so lazy. I've not gotten any of the maps or anything. Not that I need it. Okay. Scribblefool says, I have a theory that Zote is Hegemol. In the Dream Prince Zote fight, he's a lot bigger. Maybe forgetting his memory weakened his form. I know, sounds dumb, but could be true. It could be true, but I don't really like these theories that try and connect multiple characters as the same character. There's just a personal preference, like, let the characters be their own people. Just because they can kind of fit doesn't mean that they should. But that's not a reason to not believe it. Just my opinion. Marry me. I mean, oh fuck. Why would I marry someone who distracts me in such an important moment of this game? Do you believe me if I said there's a way to beat the game and save Mila? I am aware that you can get the regular ending without Mila getting infected. I've seen the Reddit post that explained it. You basically have to pogo through, you have to pogo through that area I was just in, and it's difficult. What is Godseeker's gender? Female. At least the main one. Alright. So Dung Defender says something like, teach me, Isma. But he's also knows that he's protecting her grove. So does that give us a timeline at all on when she might have died? I can't think of anything, but maybe. So I guess I'll just connect or open this door up before I go do the Isma's tier. This is a backer character. She has some very interesting dialogue about stuff. Not sure why she survived the infection. She seems... I don't know if she seems that strong of willed, but whatever. Who is the most precious bug and why is it Mila? Mila is the most precious bug because she's like the only bug of her kind, other than Menderbug, that isn't infected, right? And that means she's precious, valuable. We learn a lot about the infection from her. Her sacrifice was surely worth it, right? To teach us for science. Just do a quick stream until you get 100% of the game. You mean like multiple quick streams or one quick stream where I get 106? Because that will not be quick. I am not that fast. All right. Why do people survive the infection? Bugs with strong wills that are able to withstand or not fall under the temptation. Like some bugs are just weak. They're weak-willed and they can't control it. Some bugs willingly take it on to make themselves more powerful. That's what the mantises of the Queen's Gardens did. And then there's corpses that don't really have a say in it, that just get infected and are reanimated through like life seed. So those are the various ways that it can happen. I have not talked to Quirrel yet. He hasn't killed himself yet, but there's a bit of a debate as to whether he does kill himself. I'd say it's left for player interpretation. Those guys are so funny. Who is Quirrel to Monomon? Just an assistant or a child or a wandering soul? Assistant. Probably one of her main assistants. She trusted him to hold on to her mask, which was used as additional protection against anyone who would try and destroy her. You meant a quick, slow stream. Oh. I don't know what you mean. Alright, let's get out of this hellhole. Nobody likes the Royal Waterways. I'm pretty sure they were a mistake. Is Hollow Knight 2 going to be a thing? Maybe in 10 years. That's what Team Cherry has said. So, probably not. Alright, let's... let's head over to the Fog Canyon. But first, let's get this thing. Oh yeah. Queen Station. What evidence is there that Quirrel is dead? The main piece of evidence that people use is that the nail in the game's code that he leaves on the beach is in the game's files under the title Quirrel_death_nail. So when someone drew the artwork for that, they considered him to be dead. But that is just an in-game asset. It's not lore. So take with it what you want. So, oh god damn it. Fuck. You need 2,000 to trigger this, bitch. And I am short. So, fuck it. I think it's 2,000. That's Millibelle. She is... When Millibelle disappears and takes all your money, that's when I decided that this was one of the best games I've ever played. I was so surprised and shocked. I was like, oh my god! What the fuck? This game is awesome. So yeah. This takes us to the Queen's Gardens. Don't want to go here. Will the Hornet DLC give us some info if the Pale King is a worm and where he is? The Pale King is a worm. That is not a question. That is confirmed. I think he's dead. But he might be living on as some other form of entity thing. I don't know. But we will see. If he does live on, we will probably see him in the DLC. Okay, where am I going? What the fuck? This way? This doesn't look right either. Is this where you get the one spell? You need to just data mine for one of your videos. That would be interesting. But it would be kind of boring too, because there's a lot of just garbage. Like, not garbage, but unimportant stuff to just, like, sift through. I don't know how interesting that would be. Do you believe the Radiance is a worm or some other being? She's a higher being, but whether or not she's a worm, I don't think we can know. I would guess she isn't. She's a moth. Okay, why the fuck can I not remember where to go? This way? Nope, this is where the Shade Gate is. What do you believe killed the Pale King? That's my next video. So once I finish streaming, hopefully I will have the motivation to work on that script and have it out sometime soon. Okay, I gotta think. Is it just higher up here? This is so embarrassing. That's Greenpath. This is where Quirrel is at. She's the creator of the moth tribe. The moths were born from her. Am I supposed to go this way? This doesn't look right. This is to go to the Queen's Gardens. I guess we'll go to the Queen's Gardens instead. Who cares? Do some exploring. Just take 20 minutes tops to get through. That's not very long in the grand scheme of things, right? Oh, this is the area we can't get through. The earlier path you said was Queen's Gardens was probably correct. Who cares? I hate Fog Canyon. That's my least favorite area in the game. I just think it's trash. What the? Is this new? Does she always show up here? She probably does. I never do that, so I thought you didn't see her until you get to that area. Go right and open the gate. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, whoops. Yeah, I was thinking about going to it from the other side. Howling Grace will come in handy. Falling apart here, guys. I'm forgetting where everything is. The shade gates are interesting. It's kind of a question of, were those placed there by the Pale King, or were they there during the ancient civilization? is their placement just purely gameplay, or is there some sort of lore explanation for it? I don't know. It's an interesting question. Lots of questions, not a lot of answers. But that's the fun of it. Like, what lowers the gates here? Do these bugs just know how to operate doors? Like, what the fuck? Are we ever gonna get an answer, Team Cherry? So grab some Geo. We don't have enough of that. I played through on PS4 without spending any of the relics. Actually makes it pretty... You kind of have to grind a lot to buy everything if you do it that way and you know where you're going. When the Hollow Knight shows up next to Hornet in the Absolute Radiance ending, do you think the Hollow Knight is evil since the Radiance is dead? I think the Hollow Knight is probably going to be an ally. Just because that would be really cool. And it's trying to do the right thing. It's trying to do what the Pale King wanted it to do. So I'd say it's all positive. They just wanted it to be dramatic. Like, oh shit, what's gonna happen next? You'll have to pay $10 to find out in 8 months. You can dream nail the snail shaman, and he says something about I will be heard, or something like something relating to yelling or being heard, because he has the howling wraiths. I think he says hear me. I should do that. I should dream nail everything. This is a lore stream, for God's sake. These fucking gates, what the fuck? Do you want to die? Is that what this is about? Because it's kind of inconvenient. For me. If I'm gonna be perfectly honest. Does the Seer help us? The creation of the Pale King in creating the true dream nail in slaying the Radiance? Why does she help us? I think she sees that the Radiance is doing bad things and is fucking up the world, and she wants to right the wrongs of everything and just sort of get rid of the gods. I don't know. Let me think for a second. She mentions that it's penitence for old crimes, and I'm guessing the old crimes are the moths turning against the Radiance and forgetting her. So why does helping the knight get the dream nail count as penitence for old crimes? That's probably the question we need to answer if we want to know what her motivations are. My recording software is OBS, because that's what everyone uses, right? I remember 10 years ago trying to make stupid videos, and you'd have to get like unregistered hypercam or some shit. It was really hard, but now you can find OBS so easily. The future is a wonderful place. Fuck. God damn it. I can't fucking do this. Platforming is hard. Confirmed. Trying to find a question. I don't see anything. Just send in your questions and I'll half-assedly answer them. And no one will be happy. Sound good? Sounds good. So yeah, let's go back over here. There's a door, right? Yep. Do you consider yourself a celebrity in the Hollow Knight community? Yes, because I go places and people freak out. It's weird. It's like, I'm just a guy like everybody else. Well, not everybody else is a guy, but you know what I mean. I'm one of you. And I'm not going to pretend that I'm a lore master or anything. I'm sure there's people who have thought about this game even more than I have. But yeah. It's kind of fun. Being recognized. Okay, why do you care if I take the love key? Fuck you. Get your priorities straight. So the bug in the abyss, not bug, but the creature in the abyss that says, that is holding the little, that has the shade cloak. They say Lord of Shades after you've gotten the awakened dream nail. Or no, after you my brain's not working. After you get the void heart, their dialogue changes. So, sort of implying that you become the Lord of Shades when you get the void heart. Which the void heart is basically the knight accepting the void within itself, thereby unconstraining it. Basically letting it use the full potential of the void inside of itself. Whereas the God of Gods, or the Lord Shade, as I called it in my Godmaster video, is like the shade itself, the void itself, taking on an embodiment. So, why does the Pale King and all of his kids have weird hollow eyes? You can tell in the official art that their eyes look like empty sockets. Yeah, I've noticed that too. The artwork for the Pale Court. I don't know. I think it's just an artistic choice. I don't think it really means anything. Alright. Fuck this bitch. Can you expand on what essence is? Essence is just dreams. The light found in dreams. That's what Seer calls them. And essence, I think, is born out of memories and thoughts, right? Because areas where bugs once lived can have whispering roots. And the whispering roots sort of say things about those areas. And then essence can also take the form of ghosts that represent the memories of dead bugs. So it's just a force that exists in the world. You know, that kind of stuff. When did you first hear about the game, and what gave you the idea to make videos? I first heard about the game through Video Game Donkey's The Goodyear video. And I was so pissed, I was like, why the fuck have I not heard of this game before? Because it was like April or May when I found it. Real quick. In my Mask Maker video, I mentioned these black orbs. Those show up in a lot of other rooms in the game. So I'm not really sure if this is actually a connection to the void, or if it's just a stylistic thing. Which is unfortunate. I felt like an idiot when someone pointed that out in the comments. I decided to make a video when nobody else was making videos. So it just felt like there was a vacancy that needed to be filled. So I started working on it, and then Superforged made his first lore video. But in that video he said that he was never gonna do the whole game. So I was like, okay, that's fine, I'm gonna make it then. So I made that, and then Grim Troop came out, so I made that, and then just made sense to keep going. Oh, this guy's back. Fuck you. Where do you think some bugs get their clothes from? I don't know. JCPenney's? It's not something I'm too worried about, to be honest. Where the vessels get their clothes is a good question. Like, what the fuck? But I don't know about that either. Alright, so here we get to fight a bunch of mantises. Fuck. God, I suck. What if the Pale King is void but purified by the White Lady? I don't think the Pale King has any void inside of him. Seems like a stretch to me. Mainly because the void seems to be opposed to him. He mentions that in the workshop lore tablet. He says, void, yours is the power opposed. Which to me implies that the void is opposed to him, to his force as a being of light. If that makes sense, unless I'm speaking gibberish. This is probably like one of the longer ambushes in the game. Goes on for a while. Which makes sense, it's an endgame area. Ish. What was your reaction to Team Cherry liking one of your videos? It was cool. I already knew that they watched my videos because someone who's friends with Team Cherry, Greg, is in the Discord, and he actually told me when he and William were watching my first video. So that was really cool, and Ari mentioned my videos in one of his interviews, so I knew they watched them. But yeah, seeing them like one was just kind of cool as well. Good stuff. Just to be able to know that developers are listening to me. It's kind of funny. And kind of cool too. What do you think about the map guy wife? I don't know. She sounds sad. I'm kind of worried about her. Alright, let's kill some loodles. These things are annoying. Oh my god. Worst enemy. Well, up there. It's no primal aspid. And part of it's just that I suck. Why is your voice so sexy but also boring? That's a good question. I don't know. Probably because I'm boring in general. And sexy in general. She needs to stretch her legs. Yes, she does. Hopefully she'll get to. Is Cloth supposed to die in the end? She'll either die or she won't die, depending on how much you talk to her. Like in this run, she'll die. Because I talk to her every time before encountering the Trader Lord. But it doesn't matter. There might be an achievement tied to it on PC, but I don't know. Okay, we're just gonna ignore these fuckers. Who cares? I'm not even supposed to be here. What do you think of the big insect in this section? I don't really have any thoughts on it. It's just sort of there. It's an interesting little thing. Maybe, like the ancient nailsmith, just another corpse from old Hallownest that just happens to be lying around. It just doesn't have anything to give us. Okay, get down here. Predictions on Hornet DLC. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be a sequel. We'll probably learn more about the land where the Grey Mourner is from. The lands beyond Hallownest. Probably learn more about the Weavers. Where there's an assassin bug that Team Cherry showed off in a Kickstarter. And I think that there's a good chance that will be in, that will show up in the, what's the word? City of Tears, from an old map of Hallownest that we saw in an interview with Team Cherry. So yeah, I think Bretta will come back. I hope Bretta will come back. And we'll probably learn more about the ancient civilization that worshipped the void. Seems like a thing that Team Cherry wants to talk about. So this is Marmu, the best boss in the game. I'm kidding, I hate her. She's actually a character created by William Pellin's mother. Zara, something like that, I think that's her name. She did the voice too. So, beautiful. So, her first character was William Pellin himself, because she's his mom. But yeah. What an amazing character. How do I think Hornet will control? I have no clue. Hornet, she probably knows how to use soul. Maybe. She is a higher being. But, ooh, we can go to the stag nest now. We've been everywhere. Jesus. There's an animation of her using focus that Team Cherry shared. It's floating around on the internet somewhere. So why are these guys dead? Probably infection. Seems like a good answer. It's gonna blame it all on the infection. Do you think we will encounter Vespa in the DLC? Probably not. I think her story's done. So yeah, there's the empty eggshell. The dialogue used to read a broken eggshell, but I guess they changed it to emphasize that something hatched from it. So what's really cool about this last stag here is that his dialogue changes, or his name changes. So he mentions that he thinks that he's the last stag, but he feels like there's something else here. And then his name changes to Old Stag, right then and there. Kind of a cool little detail. Anyway, let's go to Queen Station. And let's see if we can actually figure out where Monomon is. Oh, a long time. I've probably been playing for like 3 or 4 hours. Why is the last stag alive? That's a good question. I don't have an answer for you. We just need one of them to be alive, so There just is one. He's got the strongest will. Why does Grey Mourner warp out of existence? I don't know. She's just done. Done with it all. I mean, if I could do that, I would. Alright, let's drop it all in there. Actually, I don't want to. Not today. 4 hours. See, I shouldn't have done that. I should have broken this up more. But that's okay. That is just fine. I'm gonna do it all eventually anyway, right? How high did the view count get? 600? That seems like a pretty good number. Rain World, that's the... Is that where you're like a cat or something? And it's raining? And the rain kills you or something? That game seems difficult. Oops. Oh no. Alright, I'm having some trouble here. See, I don't think this is the right way to go. Yeah, this is the way I went. Fuck me. This is why I hate the Fog Canyon. Fuck it so much. Fuck it to hell. Fucking jellyfish everywhere. The fucking shade gates right there. Which for first time players are gonna just be bouncing into it constantly trying to figure out how to get through. It's just worst area in the game, hands down. It's this way. No, it's not. God damn it. My favorite thing about Hollow Knight's the lore, probably. But I really like the art and the animation and the music and the gameplay. Everything about it is quality shit. Oh, I remember now. Okay, I'm an idiot. I remember. You gotta go to the Fungal Wastes. I got it. Took me just fucking forever. And I just took the fucking stag station to away from the place I was just needing to be. Yeah, I got it now. You gotta go to Fog Canyon. See, this is the problem with streaming, is you get to realize how much of an idiot I am. You guys should have just spammed Fungal Wastes. I would have figured it out then. It's your fault, not mine. Okay. Are you a fan of Metroidvanias or Hollow Knight specifically? Well, I played Super Metroid a little bit when I was younger and I never got very far. And Hollow Knight was my first proper Metroidvania I finished. I really like platformers, so Metroidvanias are right up my alley. I just haven't played that many. But yeah, I've since played Super Metroid and all the 2D Metroid games. I started Symphony of the Night, but I haven't really gotten very far. Metroidvanias are cool. I played Axiom Verge. I got to the last boss, and then I kind of just quit. What's that one game? What's it called? The one where you're a mechanic, but working on things is outlawed or something. God, what was that called? Ugh. I've played Celeste. I liked it, but I got kind of bored with it. I don't know. It's a good game for sure, but I think I might not have been in a good mood when I played it. I was just sort of getting through it to get through it. Whoops. It's probably quicker to go. Wait, no, it probably isn't. Iconoclast, that's it. Yes, I played through most of Iconoclast too. And I quit right at the end of that game too. I have a problem. But yeah, Iconoclast is very different in the way it tells its story. It's very in your face and blatant about it. Which was kind of a turnoff for me. But it's a good game, for sure. I really like the artwork, the sprite work. For those of you who have stuck around, thank you. I don't know why. This is going on pretty long. But we're almost done. I just need to not die. There doesn't need to be a lost Mossbag lore video. There isn't really much to say that I haven't already just said in this video. The sound design is good too in this game. Are you going to talk about other games' lores or just Hollow Knight? It depends on if other games have lore that I want to talk about. Like if there's another indie game that catches my attention, you gotta find a game that other people haven't talked about, or that you can contribute to in a meaningful way. But it's also like something you really care about. I don't want to like force myself to do lore for a game that's popular or lore for a game just because, oh fuck, people want me to. You know, that's my main problem. For Watcher Knights, I like having spells. I just think that's nice to have, because spells are so good in general. Why do jellyfish produce souls? Maybe because they have infection in them. Oh wait, no. Yeah, maybe that's why. So yep, there's Quirrel. Our good friend. One thing I really like about this area is the bench has Monomon's face on it. Or Monomon's mask on it. Just a tiny little detail that isn't really that important, but they just stuck it in, and it's cool. Fortnite lore win. Don't count on it. That was a joke. That's one of my patented jokes about Fortnite. I've made 2 so far. And they just keep getting better, right? I have not considered Hamtaro lore. I've thought about Teletubbies and Smurfs, but not Hamtaro. That would be fun, though. I watched it as a kid, but I didn't really understand how deep that lore really got. But I'm older and wiser now. So it might be time to take off the gloves and... Oh yeah, Quirrel. So used to the Godmaster version of this. Yeah. Whoa, oh, I stuck in the wall. Goner? I don't know what that is. There are a lot of games I have not played because I've just been playing fucking this. It's bad. And I watch TV and movies and stuff, I don't know. I should probably play more, but there's a lot of stuff I missed out on. Like, I want to play Spider-Man, but I just haven't gotten around to it, you know? Life just gets in the way, man. Favorite pizza chain? I eat tons of Pizza King, or Pizza Hut. So, that. Pizza King is good too. I don't know if that's a local thing for us, but... Here we are. Monomon's giant test tube thing. There you are. Yep. So she gave Quirrel a mask to protect her, and then she called him back somehow. Don't really know. Yeah, I played Celeste. It was fun. It's kind of... I think what was weird to me was that the levels 5 and 6 are so long. They're like... I was like, when's this gonna end? But, it was good. I haven't done, like, the B-sides or the C-sides, but I definitely appreciate the fact that it has that it has such good platforming and stuff like that. I need to play Ori and the Blind Forest too. I have that on Steam, but I have not played it. Is my brain on Hollow Knight? Yes. Oh, it was retracted. Honestly, you should just live stream more often. Maybe I should. Oh, should I talk to Quirrel? Let me go talk to Quirrel. You just killed my friend. He sounds very chipper about it. I begin to feel my age. What could that mean? Probably nothing. I'd say Quirrel has a long life ahead of him, filled with happy memories and beautiful strolls through colorful fields. I doubt anything bad is going to happen to him. Alright. Fucking jellyfish everywhere. Do you know about Grimm's Seal of Binding? No? What is that supposed to be? And I probably do know about it, but just not that phrasing of it. Pineapple on pizza? I don't really care for it. I'll eat it, but it's not something I would order. Yeah, I've thought about playing Rain World. Seems like an interesting game. Isn't the controls pretty slippery, though? Not that that's a bad thing, I guess. The mask was keeping Quirrel from aging or dying. I think that's possible. Because it would suck if your additional protection just fucking died on you. But I don't know. It's not a big leap to make, but I don't know if there's really anything to support it. Just the fact that once it's gone, he starts to feel his age. Alright guys, we're at the end game. We're gonna go fuck this guy up. Oh, I'm hyped. It's been a long journey, filled with many hardships and difficulties. We learned a lot about vore, about fetishes, about vore fetishes, but it's time for it all to come to an end. We'll rest at this bench. It looks like an egg. It's weird. Lots of egg-looking things. What do you guys think the percentage is going to be? 20-something? I need to play Hyper Light Drifter too. God damn it. So much shit to play. Oh yeah, here we are. What a great moment. Can I just say, this is like one of my favorite fights in anything. Just because of how epic it is. Here we go. Oh yeah. Gonna beat up a man with only one arm. Doesn't seem fair, does it? After fighting the Pure Vessel, this isn't very difficult, is it? I guess I shouldn't say that until I actually beat him. That way I don't look like a jackass. Yeah. Whoops. All right. There we go. Yeah, he's sort of like one of those bosses that the longer you wait to fight him, the easier he gets. I guess that's most bosses in games. And then the music changes and he starts stabbing himself. And it's like, why is he doing it? Is it the Radiance controlling him to try and get out? Are they just in so much pain that they just want to die? Are they trying to help us? Just so many questions. Alright, fuck. Oh god. Wow, I can't believe that didn't hit me. That is good luck. So sad. And now, it's so weak. Almost dead. It's just such a good fight, guys. Come on. Fuck! Except for that. That's annoying. Oh, I can't even swing his sword anymore. Oh, this is just sad. Oh, just end it. almost assisted suicide, this poor sucker. Oh. Slurp it right on up. And there it is. Whew, that was fun. Thanks everyone for joining me on this fucking 5-hour adventure, however long it's been. Gonna go get me some Domino's. Or I would if I were anywhere near Domino's. I guess I'll get Pizza Hut instead. I don't know. But yeah. Just such a good game. The lore is so deep. So good. I don't know what to say. You know it, I know it. That's why we're all here, man. Just enjoying this amazing game that Team Cherry put together for us. Ah. Man. So yeah, I'll continue to make some lore videos. I have some ideas in my mind. Talk about the Pale King, maybe the Ancient Civilization. Hopefully I can get some videos out this month. That's my hope, my goal. I just taking some time off from work, so I'll be free. So that's what this stream is, sort of to celebrate that. So I'll probably stream some in the future. I don't know if I want to make this a regular thing. Just sort of as a treat every now and again. So yeah. Thank you guys for joining in on the fun. This game is always a pleasure to play through. Whether it's your first time, your 10th time, or your 100th time. It's just good all around, I guess. I'm just gonna keep talking till the credits are done, because it just seems like the appropriate thing to do. Yeah, have a safe weekend. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Yeah, just keep on keeping on. You're awesome, man, or woman, or whatever you want to be. It's all good. It's all good. So, yeah, this will be up as a VOD if I know how to do everything correctly. Because I think this is quality, worth watching again at some point in the future. For anyone and everyone who's interested. Game completion, 44. Dang. In 4.5 hours. Huh. Good stuff, good stuff. Alright, I'm gonna go play Smash. I hope everyone has a wonderful and fulfilling evening. And I'm going to figure out how to actually turn off the stream. Let's see here. Why do I have Steam open twice? What the fuck? Oh fuck, god damn it.